Hi, and welcome to the day, because we have a little fight about it, of Node Forum 2020, Second Nature. I say it's the 6th. Jeremy Bailey, famous new media artist Jeremy Bailey, says it's the 5th, because it's just 6 days, but he's counting wrong, because we count the Friday too. It was half a day, this counts, it was pretty exhausting.
I don't know, it sounds like fake news, but...
Well, speaking about fake news, what kind of filter is this supposed to be? A fake polar bear?
Well, I'm looking forward to a panel later today called Making Kin, and the panel suggests that maybe our future resilience is based on this idea of multi-species perspectives. That through coexistence and multi-species perspectives, we might arrive in a better place. Ecofeminist Donna Haraway talks about this. Anyway, so I've combined two of my greatest species from this week, my polar bear look with my famous new media unicorn look. And so you have a famous new media polar bear unicorn, multi-species. There you go. That's the solution. It was there all along. You just have to recombine the old ideas.
That's pretty true. I like it, but I'm excited to hear if our guests are liking your filter as well, which are Gloria Schulz. Gloria Schulz is an artist, a developer, and a producer from Hamburg. I will lose a few more words about everything else, all the other great things Gloria's doing. Gloria. And you know already, and great to have him back here now in our little Appetizer TV, Randall Vasquez. And Randall will be moderating the next panel, like the Patcher Spotlight. And Randall is a software developer for VVV. He's working with Marshmallow at Laserfeast, but you are as well like a freelance software developer for for many other things, I believe. He hopefully will tell us a little bit more about that as well. And for VVV, he is specialized at translation, computer vision, depth sensors, and he programmed various libraries you guys probably all already know a lot about, hopefully, and otherwise do your homework and research. And Randall hopefully as well will tell us a little bit more about the Patcher Spotlight, but I would like to start with Gloria. So Gloria is from Hamburg, and Gloria is science responsible for the great greenhouse NAXOS VR multiplayer environment. I'm very sure you already have seen it, and if not, you will see it now, and later on you will have the chance. And maybe a little bit more about Gloria, which I find really interesting. One of her topics, I would say, is the navigation in between digitality and theater. Mm-hmm. And you called yourself a visual hacker. What that means, maybe you can lose a few words about this as well. And she is a founding member of the collection. And I didn't know if this was like on purpose, that there wasn't written collective, but collection. Blutende Freischwimmerinnen, which I'm very excited to hear more about as well. So Gloria has so many things already to talk.
Oh, wow. Blutende Freischwimmer is my collective, not my collection.
I liked actually that there was collections, and it's like, as well, like this object-oriented kind of thinking. No, we are not a collective anymore, we are a collection.
We're a collection of different people that try to make theater pieces and digital behaviors and try to work with kids and making workshops, installation, and some stuff like this. And also together with the Digitale Welten program here, that is part of a node. And
Digitale Welten is, you heard already a little bit about from Anne yesterday, I believe. Was it yesterday?
Yeah. Yesterday.
And which is a really great space, and unfortunate for the people who are not locally in Frankfurt, where we are right now at Musonturm, at the emergency broadcast studio, for anybody who just joined in and not knowing where we are. It's great. It's a great space. If you are in Frankfurt, go there and check it out. And maybe there as well is the VR part of the Studio NAXOS installation. And for Studio NAXOS, it's a great history as well, but there will be a panel today telling more about like all the background, I believe. And now maybe for the installation, what did you try there? Why did you do it?
Yeah, maybe at first the Greenhouse NAXOS is a cooperation between the Studio NAXOS and the NODE Forum, and we try to find a way to show the imagination or the dream of a sustainable theater, the NAXOS Hall in the future, and as an idea of a greenhouse, and how to make this during Corona, and how we can show this people online. We found a tool, it's called Mozilla Hubs. We're working with this multiplayer, you already said, and I make a VR installation, a VR portal that you can now visit in the Studio NAXOS, and you can join this whole space, this virtual space, with every new browser, also with VR glasses, with your smartphone, and you can join us right now live. Maybe I can show us this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you can join. I'm always like, Jeremy, do it, everything that's digital.
Yeah, I'm on my way, hang on.
Yes, here's a little, you can see the greenhouse, and you also see our tech help. We have a little supporting team. If you don't know how to manage, navigate through the whole ecosystem, we have a tech help that helps you to find your way. And here you can see it's nearly a greenhouse, and there are so many other stuff, because we're trying to bring our art exhibition, a part of an art exhibition from the NODE Forum, inside the greenhouse. And it was a pleasure to work, for example, with the dancer Moritz Frischkorn, to transform his piece, The Great Report, into a digital space. And you can see here some pictures and some maps, and that was also part of the exhibition here, but it's not happened in real space. And we have a great next, maybe just a little
glimpse.
Here, an under construction room where you can design or find a way to get interactive with the whole environment. And here the visitors can build up many things and how they think a theater can look in the future. And here our teen space, make a little animal farm. And
So how, because actually I've spent today like nearly an hour in there in the VR.
Wow, yeah.
But, who was laughing? And so I know what I'm talking about. No, but actually, what I didn't manage is to build my own objects. Whoa, is that Jeremy?
Yeah, that's me.
Ah.
I have to change my name, though. That's not good.
You can change it here if you want, in the upper right.
Yeah, because I feel actually this is a feature that could be potentially a lot of fun, as well, like in interacting with one another. How did you do this now?
You have here this little Zauberstab, and where you can select from Google Poly or Sketchfab some objects, and then just what we want to take, this little football area, and then we can place it inside and move it around. We have some collision inside there. So this is a tree.
I heard Jeremy is in there as well.
Oh, he take the football station now.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Here you go.
Okay, this is already a great example how to interact, right? And then what is your experience in interacting actually? Because I mean, like, I feel right now lots of, including myself, but lots of people who come from performing arts are trying to develop other spaces where this certain kind of interaction is possible that you have in a theatrical space, or maybe here on stage as well, or like in a performative space. And I feel, how did you experience this so far? Like, are people interacting? Is there really like like communication, but because I mean now you can watch the artworks together, right?
Yeah.
It's not like a real performance. It will be with BBBB.
Yeah, tomorrow.
BBB. Yeah.
Yes, I think the visitors are very shy, I think, and everybody know with the microphone you can talk to each other, and yes, but I think all the kids are more ermutigt, more
used to it as well, the multiplayer.
Yeah, and also the Digitale Welten team makes some question and answer installations, and this is very fun, how the ducks are moving and trying, and yeah.
But you like basically there should be more people coming there because it would be potentially more fun if there are more people.
It's a social place, yeah.
Listen, I don't believe that anybody doesn't know how to use multiplayer, so go there, maybe right now. We will see you. You have your spot. You can be more famous than Jeremy Bailey.
Look, I found a dolphin.
Cool. Do you have any more questions to this multiplayer environment, or are you just like
Can you scale an object? Does the object have to be this scale? Can I make it bigger?
You can press Shift, and then with your... Oh. You see it?
Oh, yeah.
You just press Shift,
that.
and yeah. And with your mouse circle, you can...
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's Marie.
The team is also joining, yeah.
Behind the dolphin now. Marie, don't hide. Okay, cool, perfect. Yeah, great. Is there like anything else which you find very important for audience or people to listen that they should know about the artwork or about anything else that you do?
No, but I think you have to go to the art mediation tour. We make some art mediation inside the virtual space, and I think this is a very good approach to go into the digital transformation. Actually,
I was very lucky because I had, even if I saw, for example, Moritz's performance here, so I had kind of the background of the works, but still I got a tour, which was actually really nice. Like if you have somebody who gives you a virtual tour through a gallery space, works out pretty well. So do it. When is the next one?
In 3 hours.
In 3 hours,
I think, or 2.
Well, you can check. It should be on
Talk.
On Talk. Yeah, sure. It's on Talk. Check it out and go and do the tour. And do you have anything to say?
I'm feeding this dolphin some pizza.
Okay. So Randall.
Hello.
Hello. I already introduced Randall, but I would, and I'm not sure, somehow I believe that everybody in the community knows you anyway already.
Oh, really?
But I'm not sure if that is actually true.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I'm fairly new to V4, I would say 4 or 5 years.
Ah, yeah.
So, there's certainly a lot more well-known and famous patchers out there. I'm one of the new kids, if you will.
And how did you get there to V4?
It's kind of a funny story. I had a shop. I'm originally from Costa Rica, and I had a shop with 2 friends. We sold like skating gear and clothes and vinyl records and random stuff. And we wanted to make an interactive video front screen, whatever you want to call it. And I was the technical guy, so I started looking around how to get it to work. Bought a Kinect, and just Googled how do I use a Kinect for this, and V4 showed up, and that was it. I never looked back.
Yeah. So many careers started with the Kinect. No one knows this. It's the untold story of how the Kinect changed the world.
Yeah. Ever since, I've only been trying to get closer and closer to the dev team and the V4 community, because it's a beautiful community. Everyone's super helpful and nice. And I've managed to crawl my way all the way out here to Europe,
Is it your first node? Or?
This is my second node, actually.
So you had the 2017 as well, which still was in Persona.
Yep.
So do you guys know each other then?
We met at the last node, didn't we, Randall?
Yeah, I believe you had a run of interviews or something. I was still in Costa Rica, and you interviewed me while I was there. Yeah. That was the first time I met you.
then that's also where I learned like about your journey to get to NODE and how, you know, the community came together and hosted you. And Randall has a great feel-good story about the NODE community. Actually.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a groupie, if you will. You know, I even put VVVV evangelist on my title.
Yeah, actually you did. I wasn't sure if I should put it in the introduction.
No shame.
But
no
now,
shame on it. Yeah.
Yeah, but now I think you are based in Europe.
Yeah, I moved to London. I'm now working with Marshmallow Laser Feast, which is an interaction experience studio. It's kind of hard to pinpoint what exactly it is we do. But yeah, they brought me in basically at the end of last year. So I moved to London finally, and yeah, that's where I'm living now.
And did you take part? Because you probably remember they already had a talk as well about the Ocean
of Air. Yes, that was actually my first contact with Marshmallow Laser Feast. Well, they were developing the project, and I just happened to be in Berlin at the time that they were also in Berlin, at the studio that the V4 devs are working from. And, you know, they needed a hand. I had some free time. We got to know each other. And eventually, I got involved in the project, and I was one of the developers. There was a lot of us. It was a very big project, as you saw. But yeah, and that kind of opened the gate for them to later bring me in full-time, which is what's happening now.
But you knew each other before? Because why would they know that you are VVV? Like
because we met at the V4 dev office, and they were like, "Oh, do you know anybody that can help us?" And Jurek just pointed at me and said, "Maybe this guy." Yeah. And yeah, that was it.
I think Randall was sleeping in the office at the time. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, crashing in the couch, most likely.
You're crashing on the couch, yeah, like a lot of people.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And what you do, so now you work for Marshmallow Laser Feast, but like, are you doing side projects as well? And
yeah, well, Marshmallow Laser Feast, you know, there's a lot going on. We have a lot of projects going on right now, so I'm pretty busy on that front, but I still managed to make some time to work with Jurek and Sebastian and Elias and Tebian and Anton and help them with libraries here and there. Also with Nathan, a little bit of collaboration with his libraries and so on. I just try to keep my hands, you know, all over the place and keep active in the community. Yeah.
Which you will be as well in the next panel, kind of, because it will be like a Patcher Spotlight again. We already had one 2 days ago, I think, but I'm like mixing all the times up. You know better than me. But this one is the Japan edition.
Yes.
Can you lose a little, like?
Yeah, it's very special because, well, we have this notion that the Japanese community has a big V4 user base, but we've never really gotten to know them properly. We know a few of the members of the Japanese community, but we see all these things on Twitter and all over the internet popping up, and even books being written about V4 and all this kind of stuff. And I think this is going to be the first time that we actually get to see some of the faces behind it and get to hear what they're up to over there. So we're pretty excited about it.
That's, yeah, it sounds really excited. But you know the two people, like, so two persons are going, not with you, then won't be with you on the panel, but they will be constantly with you. Like, how will this panel work? Yeah,
well, I didn't have time to learn Japanese because it was kind of short notice, so we asked for some help. And we have Takuma Nakata, which is a V4 superstar over there in Japan, who will be helping us with live translation. And we have Mino, who is actually the guy who wrote this book, and he has been here at NODE a few times as well, who will be helping us moderate. And after that, we have 4 guests from the Japanese community who will be showing their work and telling us, you know, what they're doing. So yeah.
That's very exciting. What do you think?
Oh yeah, no, it's super exciting. I mean, I remember the first time I visited Japan, you think it's going to be exactly the same, but actually everything's completely different. So I'm sure, you know, we're going to see them patch differently too, maybe. I don't know, like, you know, or just in inventive new ways. If it's anything like a Japanese vending machine, that's all I'm saying. It's going to be something like that.
Yeah.
And how did for you two now? Like, a question for both. What was like so far your highlights? I don't even know if you had time to see anything. Like, cause Gloria was constantly sitting in the office trying to not get it to work, but make it bigger and bigger, the whole exhibition space. And Randall, I don't know if have you been at the festival from the start? I know you've been around the last days.
Yeah, I know. I arrived on the day before it started.
Yeah.
But I haven't really had a chance to attend a lot of workshops. I've been in a few of them, but I also had to prepare my own workshops and the interview questions and all that. So, you know, trying to make the most of it, but also working a lot during the festival. Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So that was already kind of the answer from your side and from you, Gloria.
I didn't see anything. Just setting up all the things here.
But it will be all online.
It's all recorded. So I mean,
yeah, that's great.
Much to our, like, as hosts, we're a little embarrassed by these recordings. We haven't done the best job, right? Maybe we have. What am I talking about? I'm famous. It's been fantastic. We've done an incredible job.
What? Why did we make a good job?
Well, I think we're getting better and better, but our first few days were kind of rough.
Yeah, they were rough. Okay. Yeah, but we tried. We tried our best, in a way.
Yeah, history will be kind, I hope.
And what are you going to, like, now? You are kind of set, I feel, no? Or is it like, no, shit, you have to have the BBB?
Yeah, we have a last rehearsal now in 2 hours with the BBBs. Yes.
Oh my God. And then
and we should remind people of when that performance is later today at 19, right?
No, it's tomorrow.
7 p.m.
It's tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Oh no, the open rehearsals today. I'm sorry. Yeah. So there is an open rehearsal today that you can attend. So we should mention, how does that work? Do you just like show up in? How does the open rehearsal function in the greenhouse?
We have some seats that are booked out now, and going through talk.
Right.
So
no one can.
But tomorrow you can watch the
yesterday.
live stream.
Yeah.
We have also a live stream, and we have some seats in Mozilla Hubs, but we are totally booked out.
Okay.
Yeah, I already mentioned it yesterday, like, let's say 10 times that I don't get a ticket. I have to watch the live stream like everybody else. Well, but so yeah, I mean, do you have any questions for us?
You were asking before if there were any highlights, and it came to mind a bit later that I very much enjoyed watching Jorik and Nathan singing and playing the saxophone on the keynote. That was some special moment right there. And also the look behind the scenes yesterday was super impressive to see what all these magical people are doing to pull this show together. Also, that was very, very...
So many screens.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's true, actually.
We should sing a song. I think if we don't have any other questions, the natural next step is to sing. And people have been making requests. Or, what's your go-to karaoke song, Randall? I'm curious.
Ooh, I don't know if you guys know it. It's in Spanish. It's from a Mexican singer.
Oh, really? How does it go?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's very popular on this side of the pond, but it will be Caballo Blanco de José José, very old Mexican. Like, my mom would love this kind of stuff, for example. You know?
Oh, yes. I'm very familiar with this song.
You are? I mean, it could have been.
Yeah. Let's get started. Okay. Wait, what's the key again? Okay.
So are you going to sing now?
Well, I have to do some research. I don't want to insult anyone.
Because there will be, luckily, I just can add, there will be another behind the scenes, the screens. It's both works. In Greenhouse NAXOS, so it's going to be on the, like, out of this building into the other world where we already been talking about, which I'm super excited because there are, of course, as well, very great people working there. And I feel there's still, I mean, yesterday they only covered this part. I hope maybe the other parts of this building are covered as well with the other people working there, because, I mean, you weren't shown. There are different people in the office, I believe, that still needs to be seen at some point. So yeah, this is what's going to happen as well in the next hours, days. It's only tomorrow and today. And yeah, I feel a bit ashamed, but I'm running out of questions. But it's just because as well, I feel it's actually in a way, for the topic you, for example, where you're the expert of, I would say. I feel like it's hard for me to actually ask any smart question about.
Well, I'm glad you are not asking any smart questions because I might not know the answers to them.
What would be the question you would want to ask if I would have more of a clue what I could ask you?
That's a bit of a hard one. I don't know, if you want to talk about something, we could talk a little bit about the panel I hosted the 2 days ago.
Definitely as well.
Yeah, it was very exciting to get to know this kind of new faces, or not new, I mean, they've clearly been doing this for a long time. But, well, I guess, and that's kind of the idea behind the Patcher Spotlight, to kind of shed some light on these characters of our community that maybe are not so vocal about their work or so present in the forums and this kind of places where we tend to meet each other, and to, you know, kind of pull them out of the darkness and put them in the spotlight and get people to see what they're doing. And clearly it was worth it. I mean, we saw very interesting work and got to meet very heartwarming and beautiful people. And yeah, I think that's a very nice initiative that we're doing this. And yeah, we should definitely keep doing it and pull more people out of there.
And where did you like, because you mentioned that you saw, for example, some of the people who will be in the next panel on Twitter or whatever, like which platforms did you recruit these?
To be honest, I'm not the person behind picking the individual people that make it to the show, so I'm not sure where they're sourcing these people. But my guess is like #VVV on Twitter and this kind of thing, and you just suddenly run into, you know, random stuff that people are making all over the world. Yeah.
Would you write like, are you connecting with people, not randomly, but if you see something that you like, and like how much, like would you write somebody, or would you just like give somebody props or whatever if you see?
Totally, yeah. Like I said, I'm a groupie, and if I see it's done in V4 and I like it, I'm all over it, you know, like letting them know I like it and talking to my friends about it. And yeah, because again, it's such a nice community and everyone really helps each other out and, you know, shares the knowledge and the information. So I'm all for it, yeah.
The questions I always have, and I think every year this comes up, is that obviously it's like a V4 community, but the creative coding community is also larger than this one tool. Have you noticed people combining V4 with more tools or discussions across tool sets?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, for example, one of the panelists we had on the previous show, they're doing this whole architecture out of music stuff, and their pipeline is Grasshopper and Rhino combined with V4, for example, which is very interesting. And yeah, I've known quite a few people who do Touch Designer and V4, you know, on a regular basis, depending on what they're trying to get to do. Unreal has also gotten quite a few users in the last days, last months, if you will.
That's interesting, because Unreal is like the, you know, kind of the pro tool or whatever. But the reason not to use it when I started, because I used Unreal a little bit, was that the forums, like, you know, you've mentioned forums for V4, but like the forum community, there's no such thing as the forum community for Unreal, or there wasn't, because, you know, it was this like all these big companies wanting to protect their, you know, they had their own communities inside their companies. It was less of a, you know, kind of a user-generated community compared to Unity or something like that.
Yeah, totally.
But you've been using Unreal Engine, no?
No, I'm using Unity or V4.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Or Mozilla Hubs right now, but actually I'm working with V4 a lot of.
Who was telling me they've been using Unreal, so, but yeah. Anyway, sorry,
No,
I didn't want to interrupt.
But it's interesting because all of these communities, sometimes there are factions within them. But I think the Node community is actually relatively welcoming. So I should admit at this point, what, day 6 or 7, whatever you're calling it now, is that I'm actually like a Cycling 74 kind of user. And so I've always used Max. Ooh, but I'm not a PD user, which I don't know if that's an insult or not to PD users. But there are all these different visual programming environments that are extremely similar. And I've always wondered, why don't those communities all get together in some kind of mega visual programming, you know, authorship community? I guess they have. It's called the Creative Coding Community, which we're all members of, right?
Yeah, but it would be nice to see more collaboration between the different tool users and worlds, you know, because we do share a lot of things in common, yeah.
The P5 community is like extremely loyal to each other. I don't know if you're familiar with those folks, but
Not really.
anyway, I float between all the communities because I just like people like you, Randall. I just like people.
Okay, with this, what I would say we end this little appetizer.
I ruined it
because
again,
it's
sorry.
time. What?
I ruined it again.
Ah. But maybe to have like a short outlook. So next up will be the Greenhouse NAXOS deep dive. Then there will be the 5 node. How to make festivals in times of crisis. Then Node Institute sharing knowledge in the creative coding community. Then the Making Kin multi-species panel. Then there will be a wrap up, and then there will be a live coding session. So a lot of more things to experience and to join in. And for now, Randall, you can go in the other section of the
next.
stage.
Yeah,
thank
Randall's
you
up
too
next.
so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
And yeah, see you in a bit.
See you in the greenhouse.
Hello, and thank you for joining us here again at the Patcher Spotlight segment. My name is Randall Vasquez, and I'll be your host for tonight. And I'm very excited that you're here with us this evening because we have a special edition today. It's the Japan edition, where we'll be inviting our members from the Japanese V4 community to show us what they're doing over there. And we've known that Japan has been producing a lot of V4 interesting projects through social media and the internet in general, but we never really had a chance to get in touch with most of them. We do know a few of them, which are going to join us tonight. Takuma Nakata, which has become a V4 superstar over there in Japan, I would say, and giving us wonderful tutorials and all sorts of learning material. And we also have Mino, which is a relatively older member of the community who has joined us at Node and wrote a book as well on V4 out there in Japan. And they will be joined by another 4 panel members.
Okay. In the midnight.
Wow, okay. Well, thank you again for making the effort. I can't imagine it's a bit late for you guys. And yeah.
We're all excited.
Yeah, very excited. So tell us more. Who is joining us tonight again?
Tonight, we can introduce the 4 VVVV user from Japan, and then maybe all of them the new for the worldwide VVVV user. So we are very happy to introduce them.
That's excellent. Is there a lot of people out there in Japan using V4? Do you have a strong community? What's the situation over there?
I think the community is lots of people using VVVV, and maybe I think 10 to 20 people using for their hobby or work or some research. And still we communicate or share knowledge in Japan.
That's great. Great. And can you tell us a little bit about your book? Because I know you wrote a book about V4 in Japan.
Yeah, I wrote the book of VVVV in Japanese in 2014, I think. I introduced VVVV to Japan, and lots of people start using VVVV from my book, I think. And so I'm very happy to introduce them because they start using VVVV from my book. So I'm very excited to discuss what they're making.
Oh, well, thank you so much for bringing them in.
There's like, oh, sorry.
Oh, please go on.
Yeah, as he just said, like there's 10 or 20 like active users, but I mean, I know he sold quite a lot of his book as well, so there's potentially way more than that for sure.
Nice.
Just to be clear, yeah.
And Takuma, well, I didn't know much about you before, but you've become incredibly popular within our community in the last few months, coming up with all these incredible tutorials, an extensive amount of tutorials, beautiful 3D graphics and amazing explanations. I can imagine it's a lot of work, but we're incredibly thankful for your work, and yeah, keep them coming, please.
That's really great to hear. Just that word is just helps. I mean, I tried to keep it a less like just one-time recording, not spend too much time on it. But yeah, I mean, I knew that that was the way I learned. So I had to think that I had to share more knowledge, just like Mino did with his books. So that was my way of sharing my knowledge. That's really good to hear that it reached the community.
Yeah, totally. Well, I don't want to take a lot of time from you guys, so please take over and introduce us to our first guest tonight.
Sure. Okay, so the first user is the Skill Gacha. So please welcome.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Yeah. So I'm going to discuss with the user in Japanese, and the Takuma translate to English. So Randall, please ask any question in English anytime.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll keep an eye out. And just let us remind our viewers, wherever they might be, that they can send us their questions via the Talk app, and we can just push them out to you guys and get an answer in real time. So please do send us your questions, and I'll make my best effort to get them out here.
Perfect. じゃあ、スキルガチャさんよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
簡単に自己紹介お願いしてもいいですか？
簡単
Can you
に。
introduce about yourself first?
はい。大学では音楽を専攻していました。
So in university, he had music as his major.
そこの大学で教えていた先生の紹介で、映像の仕事に携わることになり、それがきっかけで
Teacher there taught him about like motion graphics or videos, and then
それがきっかけで V4 に出会って、V4 を使ってもう11年になります。
So that's how he met VV, and he's been using VV for 10 years. 10年。
それは多分日本人の中でもかなり古いV4 ユーザーの一人だったということですね。
So that's supposed to be quite old, actually, Japanese VVV user. So we all didn't know, but he was actually really
Wow.
パック DX11 とかのパックを使い始めたのはここ1年以内のことで。
When it started using a PAX folder, actually, it has been like around this 1 year, so he didn't know. Well, I didn't know that before that.
ずっと狭いコミュニティで、暮らしてきたんで、ちょっとそれに飽きてきたので、いろんなつながりを得てみようと最近 SNS に試作品をアップするようなことを最近続けています。
I've been living in a really narrow world, and I got a bit tired of just being there. So that was the reason why I started sharing stuff on Twitter and stuff.
なるほど。じゃあ早速V4 でどんなものを作ってるかを紹介してほしいので、画面を共有して見せてもらってもいいですか？
はい。
Okay, so we would like to start sharing your stuff. What you've been working. So can you share your screen?
これで出てますかね。
はい。
はい。
これは何ですか？
これは水族館が子供が好きなんですけれども、僕のコロナで出かけられない状態が続いていたので、家に作ってしまおうと思って。
So my kids like aquarium, but because of this COVID, we haven't been able to get out, so I decided to make one by myself.
今の水族館もう一回見せてもらってもいいですか？
Nice.
はい。
show that.
これは壁に触ると何か魚が反応する。
あ、そう
So
ですね。
if you touch the screen, something happens. Yes.
Wow.
ここにセンサーがあって、
So right here, there's a sensor.
で壁面に触れると、泡が出たり音が出たり魚が寄ってきたりするようにしてる感じですね。
And so if you touch the screen, then there will be like fish coming to where you pointed and things like that happens.
これはスキルガチャさんの家ってことですよね。
そうで
It's
す。
your house. Yep.
自分の家で。
And what did you use to get the fish swarm-like behavior that we see here?
お魚の、sorry.
はい。
魚の動きはどうやって実装してるんですか？
魚の動きは、コントリビューションでこのフロッキングビハビア。
So I'm using the one I've called flocking behavior on the contribution.
Ah, nice.
を使って実装していますね。でそれとPBR のシェーダーにウィッグルの動きを書き加えてうねうね動くようにしています。
So I'm using also the PBR renderer and adding an animation to it. That's how I'm rendering this visual.
Yeah, it looks very, very fun and like a great thing for kids. And so you were saying this is something you came up with now that we are not allowed to go kind of out. Oh no, but this is, 2020. So this is like a project that came out after COVID hit, I imagine.
これはコロナウイルスで外に出れないから作ったっていうことでいいんですか？
そうですね。まあそれが半分とあとなんとなく作れそうだなと思ってたのが半分っていう感じですかね。
Yeah, that's half. And also before that, he already had an idea that this can't be possible, so he made that.
Cool.
出かけられなくて子供にちょうどいいかと思って作った感じです。
I also thought this is good for kids as well. So
Yeah, it's a very nice thing to do. And this is, from the looks of the profiler at the top left, I would imagine this is beta, no?
これは V4 ベータですよね。
ベータです。
And have you played with Gamma so far?
スキルガチャさんは V4 ガンマは触ってますか？
少しだけですね。まだ本当に触りだけしかやってなくて、これからストライドも実装されたのでがっつりやりたいと思っています。
yeah, I've been playing just a bit, really just like the beginning, but I feel Stride has been implemented as well, so I'm very looking forward to play around with, spending more time.
Yeah, can't wait to see what you come up with the new shiny toys we've got delivered. And have you been participating in NODE so far? Have you attended any workshops or seen anything interesting during the festival?
スキルガチャさんはノードイベントは参加したりワークショップ見たりしてますか？
したことないですね。参加したことはなくて、V4 のサイトのニュースで少し見たことがあるくらいですね。
Not really. I haven't really been able to join. I also have a kid that I have to take care of it, so I haven't really been able to spend my time.
Okay, well, that's fair. Well, most of this stuff is online and you'll be able to see it over and over again in the future. So hopefully you'll find some time to tap into the new stuff that we've got over here.
オンラインでもワークショップとかカンファレンスとか見れるんで、ぜひそういうのを見たりして、またガンマでも新しいものを作ってほしいですね。
まあ、頑張ります。
じゃあ次のやつもいきますか。
じゃあこれですかね。これフルスクリーンにした方がいいんですかね。
Should I make it first full screen?
もういいか。とりあえず一旦出します。
お、
これもまた同じ部屋の中にプロジェクターで投影しているものですね。
This one's something similar, projecting in my room.
これはアイトラッキングですか？
そうですね。この画面の下にキネクトが置いてあって、
Right, the bottom of the screen, there's a Kinect, and I'm tracking this.
このカメラの位置を、トラッキングして映像を動かして
はい。
表示してる。
リアル。そうです。
So tracking the camera position, and then that's how you're making the perspective of it.
It reminds me a little bit of this Johnny Lee head tracking thing that came with the Wiimotes back in the day, no? Where you get this, I don't know if it's called parallax effect or head coupled perspective or something like this. But there's a couple of contributions in the packs over there that do this kind of stuff, huh?
昔ジョニー・リーっていう人が Wii リモコンを使って同じような仕組みを作ってたので、それが思い出しました。
ああ、全然それは知らなかったです。
So I didn't know about those.
Yeah, it looks incredible. I really enjoy the aesthetics of it as well. It looks very, very nice.
すごい素晴らしいし、この映像が綺麗ですよね。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
じゃあ、あとピアノのやつを確か紹介することになってましたね。
Let's do the last piano
そ
one.
うですね。一旦
これは、スキップして大丈夫ですよ。
はい、一旦停止します。共有。
And do you all know each other? Have you met at all, or is this like the first time you guys are together in the same space?
Few of them met in the face-to-face, but everyone not share the same place, so it's first time to meet everyone.
Ah, very nice.
これはどんな作品ですか？
What kind
こ
of
れ
piano
は
is this?
音の見えるピアノを作ろうと思いまして。
I wanted to make a visible audio piano.
アクリルスクリーンを貼ってホログラムで音を表現するような仕組みを作りました。
So I used the acrylic plane and made this pepper ghost effects.
Beautiful stuff.
これは歌の歌詞が表示されてるんですか？
そうです
The
ね。
relics is shown here, right?
一応音声認識をして、実験ですけれども歌詞がリアルタイムに反映されるようなものもやってみました。
I'm using the audio input to make the relics visible in real time.
音声認識の仕組みも V4 で実装してるんですか？
いえ、音声認識はGoogle の API を使って Python で取得してそれを OSC で V4 に送っている感じですね。
So Mino's question was, did you make this relics visualization on VVV as well? And the answer was he used Google's API and Python and put those relics into VVV and made that visualize.
And was this shown in a particular place, or is this just like a fun project for himself? How does that work?
これはどこかで発表したのか、自分たちで実験的に作ったのか、どちらなんでしょう？
自分たちで実験的に作って今日 YouTube に公開したところです。
I made this for a personal project with our group, and we just released this today on YouTube.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you for showing it to us as well. Very privileged.
ピアノを弾いてるのはスキルガチャさんですか？
そうですね。今
So is that you who's playing the piano? Yes.
これは友人です。
And this is his friend, my friend.
しっかり作品にしてる方を流してみていいですかね。
Can I play the one? Yeah. That's.
こっちで。こ れが一応作品として完成させたものです。
So that one was more of a making. This one is actually the ones that's filmed only the work as a work.
I see.
As a final result.
そんな時間がたまらなく愛しくてどこに帰ればいいんだろう
ピアノから発生している方がミディ信号を取って、パーティクルにしていて
So he's using MIDI to get the position and note and letting it emit the particles from it.
That's beautiful. And it's original music as well, or is this like a popular song, or is it something they made themselves?
ちょっと歌の音量を下げてもらっていいですか。この曲はオリジナルなのか、それとも誰かの歌を歌ってるんですか。
オリジナルです。
An original one.
Oh,
今
very
回の
nice.
この作品用に作ったものです。
So I made this originally for this work,
Wow.
this project, you should say.
素晴らしい。
ありがとう
Bravo.
ございます。Thank you.
じゃあスキルガチャさんは以上ですかね。
そうですね。はい。
This is probably it for Skill Gacha.
じゃあスキルガチャさんありがとうございました。
ありがとうございま
Thank you,
し
Skill
た。
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amazing
Thank
work.
you.
じゃあ次は村田くんです。
The next one is Murata Yusuke.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Yusuke Murata. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for joining us. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
じゃあ村田さんも最初に簡単に自己紹介お願いします。
So can you introduce yourself?
では、僕は5年前に、V4 に出会って、初めてそこから大体初めてプログラミングを始めました。
So I met Vivi 5 years ago, and that was actually my first time starting coding as well.
それから
僕の記憶だと村田くんはもともと栄養士ですよね。
そうです。僕はもともと栄養士でしたね。本
As
当に普
far
通
as
の
the
栄
Mina
養士。
remembers, 栄養士ってなんて言うんだ？
ダイエティシャンかな。
So he used to be a dietitian before.
Oh,
Not,
wow.
he is still. But
Yeah, that means I turn out him to engineer from dietitian by VVVV book.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
今はエンジニアですかね。
は
now
い。
you're
今
an
は
engineer.
今はサ
So
ーバーサイド
how do
エンジニア
you
として。
go from being a dietitian to V4? I missed that leap. How did that happen?
その栄養士から V4 とかエンジニアになるっていうのは何があったのかとか何かつながりはあるんですか。
やっぱり作る側に立っていたかった作品を見た時に、自分も作りたいという感情がすごい持つ人間だったなっていうのに感じた。
So I want to be someone who's actually creating something, and I like watching works. And when I see works, I always had this feeling that I wanted to be someone who's making it. So that was the reason.
Very nice.
じゃあ、V4 でどんなものを作ってきたかっていうのを紹介してもらってもいいでしょうか。
はい。
Let's start seeing what Murata has been making.
Let's have a look.
そうですね。僕は大体なんかいろんなものを作ってきたんですが、なんか概要するとモーショングラフィックを作ってみたり、インタラクティブな作品とかを作ってきました。
So I've been making quite various works, but in general, I've been working on more motion graphics and interactive works.
Okay.
そうですね。ちょっと動いてるモーショングラフィックスを見せると、こういう感じとかかな。
So these are the motion graphical ones that I've made with VVV.
Yeah.
これは全部 V4 で作ったパッチの、アウトプット。
そうで
It's
す。
all made by V4, and yes.
And it's beta as well, I imagine.
これは全部 V4 ベータで作ったやつですかね。
そうです。ベータで、全部ベータから作っていま
It's
す。
all beta.
Is Gamma popular at all in Japan yet, or is it still too new for you guys?
Yeah, I think the Gamma is pretty new for Japanese community, and now we try to start splitting Gamma itself.
Great. Can't wait to see what you
村田
guys
君
do with
は
it.
ガンマは使ってますか？
ガンマはまだ使ってないんですけど、VL は使い始めました。
So Mina's question was, have you used Yusuke is okay, right? Like, Murata-kun Yusuke, right?
あ、OK です、OK です。
Have Yusuke used VV Gamma? And the answer was not, but I've started using VL.
Oh, that's great.
VL はどういう時に使ってますか？
When do you use VL?
例えばパーティクルを、自分なりの表現をさせたいときに、使ったりしました。例えば、
So when I want to operate particles more with my style, then I use VL.
Yeah.
For example?
いや、
Oh, wow.
こんな感じに、これはキネクトとかも使ってるんですが、パーティクルが自分のなんか表現したい感じに舞うように作りたかったので VL とかを使ってパラメータを調整しました。
So this one I'm using Kinect as well, but to control particles like I want, then I use VL for that.
Very nice that you found a bridge between VL and beta. I mean, it looks pretty incredible what you're doing here. Is this Kinect tracking, or how are you tracking your body in this one?
これはこの手の動きとかはどうやってトラッキングしてるんですか？
キネクトを使って、スケルトンを取ってでその場所に、パーティクルが向かうような感じに、力を与えてるっていう感じになっています。
So I'm using Kinect to track the hand, and then the vector, taking the vector of direction of the hand and letting the particles move on that way.
Cool. Really nice.
VL は実際に使ってみてベータよりも使いやすいところとかいいところはありますか？
How has VL been for you?
データの保存がすごくしやすいということで、前のフレームの値を書き換えたり、あるいは取得して更新をしたりするみたいなことが簡単にできるので、非常にこれは気に入っています。
So saving the data, the previous data on VL has been easy. So for example, saving the previous data, modifying that, and then getting that data back is really easy on VL. So I like that function on it.
Glad to hear it. I'll let the devs know.
何か他に V4 で作った作品紹介するものありますか？
Do you have anything else to show made with V4?
これはチームで作ったものなんですが、ファンアートとして有名なゲームの、オマージュというか、再現みたいなものを作りました。これは、個人の、非公式なファン活動として作りました。
So this is something I made with group, but it's more like a fan art of one of the famous anime. And this is just a fan art, so it's not like an official thing. So I have to make sure that's mentioned.
Okay.
これは、縦、そうですね、シールドの位置をトラッキングしてアクションをしたり、これプロジェクションマッピングで、アートしたり、人の動きに反応した映像を出すみたいなことをやっています。
I'm tracking the position of the shield and let these effects emit from that shield position. So based on human animation, like human motion, the projection behind will be animated. That's what I did.
Oh, wow. It looks incredible.
これは日本のアニメーションか何かの作品ですか？
これは、日本の、割と有名なゲームの、オマージュ作品のようなものになっています。
Yeah, so Minu's question is this based on some Japanese famous animation or something? And Yusuke's question, answer was yes, it's from one of the famous anime series.
Nice. But maybe I didn't get it right. Was that a render? Like the person holding the shield, was this in 3D or was this an actual person? I didn't quite understand that.
これは映像どこでどうやって V4 を使ってるのか、トラッキングとか映像を出すのか。
これは映像を後ろにあるスクリーンに、投影しています。反対側から
どうぞどうぞ。
反対側から打って、スクリーンには後ろから打たれてリア打ちになっていて、透過して、撮影する側から見れてるみたいな感じですね。
So there's a real person moving in front of the screen, and the projection is happening behind the screen. So there's a real projector behind, and so tracking the person's motion and then projecting the visual from VVV.
Wow, very, very cool.
これは、僕はチームで作っていて、シールド盾を作る人から、衣装を作る人、あとは縦の赤外線センサーを作る人というような役割分担をして、チームで作りました。
So this one I made it with teams. So there's someone who's making the shield, someone who's making the costume, someone who's making the IR sensor, a marker to track. So we made this work together with whole team.
Wow. And just for fun.
これは趣味でやっているってことですかね。
そうです。
Right, yes, this front.
村田君はもう一つの顔としてコスチュームプレイヤーという、キャラクターがありますよね。
そうですね。いわゆる日本のサブカルチャーの中のコスプレという趣味は、ちょっと精通しているつもりですね。
Yeah, so Yusuke has a different face rather than a patcher, which is a cosplayer. So yeah, he's a cosplayer as well.
Oh, nice. Looks very professional.
Thank you.
あと村田君は日本だとその V4 のコミュニティの運営にもすごく関わってくれていると思うんですが、そのことについて少しお話を聞いてもいいでしょうか。
So Yusuke, I know you're also running, you're also helping a lot to run the Japanese community. Can you maybe introduce about that as well?
2015年ぐらいからコミュニティの運営をやっていて、例えばこれは僕がやったワークショップの写真、ワークショップを主催というかね、で講師をしたりしました。本物のエンジニアさんとかに相手して、僕は当時はほとんど栄養士としての知識しか持ってなかったんですけど、V4 のワークショップをしたりしました。
So since 2015, I've been running the community. I've been supporting running the community, and this is one of the workshops that I've held. And since that, I only had knowledge on being. 何でしたか、管理栄養士も一回。
ダイエティシャン。
I've been only had a knowledge of how to become a dietitian, so but it was all from scratch.
That is very impressive, and thank you so much for taking care of the community over there. A question we had from the audience was, is there anything the rest of the community could do to make it easier for you guys to take more part, or is there anything we can do to help you grow over there and, just integrate better with the rest of the V4 community?
ちょっと高野君紹介してもらっていいかな。
俺が今の話を何したいですか？翻訳したいですか？
なんだろう。うん。ごめん、ちょっと今聞きそびれた一瞬。
村田君今あった質問がなんかそれをやる上でサポートできることだったり、もっと我々ができることって何かありますかっていう質問が。
そう、つまり、その海外の V4 ユーザーたちがその日本のコミュニティに対して何か協力できるようなことってあるかいっていう質問ね。
英語でいいので、記事をたくさん書いて、ツイッターに投稿シェアしてくれたら、僕らも 特にコミュニティのコアメンバーは英語であっても頑張って読むから、なんか面白い使い方とかをたくさん教えて発表してほしいなって思ってます。
So it's okay even if it's in English, but it would be helpful if anyone could share like a document or something on Twitter based on like how to use VVV and like interesting way of using it. Then we as a community are very welcome on reading those and translating those into Japanese and sharing it in our community. So that's one way I can say.
And Twitter then is the main medium in which you guys share information, I reckon.
一番よく使うツールとしてはツイッターっていうことでいいのかな？
そうですね。ツイッターでVVVV のハッシュタグとか、まあ、もし日本人に向けてなら VVVV_JP をつけてつぶやいてくれれば、僕らはきっと話題にすると思います。
Yeah, so in general in Japan, most of the users are based on like using a lot of Twitter, and if you have anything that you want to share to us, like using hashtag VVV_JP or like hashtag VVV, we've been always following those. So tweeting with that will be very, very great.
Cool. We'll keep an eye on that for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
あと最近は Notion にも日本のユーザーが作った作品のアーカイブとかを作り始めてますよね。
そうですね。こういうたくさん日本のユーザーが作ってくれているので、まあ、中には病院でホスピタルアートとして作っているものから、まあ、インスタレーションとかダンスとかと組み合わせるものまでいろいろあるのをここに集めてあります。
Yeah, so in LAS, we've also been working on collecting all the Japanese VVV-made works on Notion. So there's like, for example, an hospital art made with VVV, and that kind of work can be all seen on this Notion link as well.
That's very cool. How can we where can you maybe make this available for us? Like post the link on the forums or just hashtag VVVV on Twitter if that's the fashion? Because yeah, this is something that we can definitely use, and maybe some of these projects can even make it into the next V4 showreel, you know.
この作品を例えばこの Notion のリンクとか作品のリンクをみんなに紹介してもらうことっていうのはできるのかで、なんでかっていうと作品のいくつかを V4 のショーリールを作るときに使えるかもしれないので。
もちろん Notion のリンクとかは使えると渡すことはもちろんできると思います。僕の作品も個人的なものについてはお渡しできるけど、まあ、さっきのコスプレの写真はちょっといろいろあるからちょっとあんまり大きくは出せないかもしれないけど、協力できる範囲で協力できますみたいな感じだと思います。
Yeah, this link is open, so we can share the link. Like, if you have any place that I should post this link, just let me know. And about my work, I think the cosplay one has some license problems, so I can't really make it shareable. But the rest of the work that's shown here should all be shareable as well. So, yeah, is there any place that he should post this link on the chat or something?
I would say just create a forum thread and like, you know, Japanese V4 showreel or showcase or something like this, and we can pick up on it after that.
Sure. Sounds great. We'll do that later.
Thank you.
よし、じゃあ村田さんはそんなところで大丈夫かな？
はい。大丈夫です。Thank you a lot.
Thank you so much for your incredible work and for taking care of the community as well. And we hope to see a lot more from you soon. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Okay. So then the next person is Torinos.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Hello.
トリノスさん、こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
Hi.
じゃあ鳥野さんも簡単に自己紹介をお願いしてもいいでしょうか。
はい。私は今年大学のマスターを卒業しまして、そこから空間演出系のデベロッパーをやっているものです。
So
ですね。
So my name is Torinos. I've just graduated master this year, and right now I'm working as an installation designer.
Okay.
僕はですね、今回紹介される他の方たちとはちょっと違って、インタラクティブだったり作品制作みたいなものも好きなんですけども、僕は趣としては CG とか映像が好きっていうのが強いので、何かインタラクティブな作品も作ったりはするんですけども、そういうよりかは単純に CG としての表現みたいな方向に振り切ったものを作ることが多いですね。
So I'm a bit different than the other guys who just had a presentation today. I am interested in interactive work, but more into like computer graphics and videos is more of my interest in like rendering and stuff.
Okay.
鳥野さんはツイッターにいろんなかっこいいグラフィックをたくさん投稿してくれてると思うので、今日はその中のいくつかを紹介したりとか話を聞いてみたいと思ってます。
Yeah, so Torinos has been sharing really cool visuals on Twitter, so today I would like him to introduce some of those works.
Let's see it.
では画面共有お願いしてもいいでしょうか。
今大丈夫ですか。
これの動画を再生できますか。
Oh wow.
これは何でしょう。
大丈夫ですかね。動いてますか。
見えてます。
これはですね、当時知ってすぐくらいのダイレクト X11 パーティクルを使ったものなんですけども、僕はこの辺りがコンピュートシェーダーへの目覚めの時期っていうのがありましたね。ずっと物量がたくさん画面を埋め尽くすくらいの物量のグラフィックが好きなので、やっぱりそういうのをやりたいってなるとコンピュートシェーダーを描くってなって、最近はずっとコンピュートシェーダーを描くことが多いんですけど、その目覚めみたいなところでもありますね、ここは。
This is something I wrote a compute shader. I think using the particle packs and made trails generate using writing computer shader.
I have to compliment you on a very clean, excellent looking patch. That's beautiful. It's almost as beautiful as the work next to it.
映像も綺麗なんですけど、パッチもすごい綺麗ですね。
部屋とかは散らかす方なんですけども、パッチは結構人に見せるところとかはちょっと綺麗にしたくなっちゃう感じですね。
I mess around my room, but things that I show to people, I try to make it look cool.
I think that's true for a lot of us. Wow, and so you have a coding background because you said you were writing shaders, or are you just patching with shaders? What's the story there?
これは全部こう V4 のパッチだけで作ったのか、それともシェーダーも自分で書かれたりしてるんですか。
シェーダーも自分で書いてますね。そのダイレクト X11 パーティクルを拡張する形で、シェーダーモディファイアっていう形でトレードを実装してます。
もう一つ質問があったんですが、コーディングのバックグラウンドがあるんですか。
もともとコーディングをしてた。
なるほど。そういうことで言うと、一応大学の方がその情報科学の大学でデザインを学んでるみたいな形でちょっと強はげなんですけど、一応バックグラウンドとしてコーディングはすごく強いものがあるわけではないですけど、一応あることはあるって感じですね。
So I was learning something like coding and graphical stuff. In my major in my university was something like that. So that's where I like lightly programmed. And this one, so I'm using the DX11 particle packs, and then I write the entire code on Compute Shader.
Oh, very, very impressive.
じゃあ次どんどん行きましょう。
Let's go next.
これはここからが多分これ系がずっとこの先紹介することが多くなるかなと思うんですけどね、 ここから僕の V4 ベータでのアクナティフォトリアルの追求みたいなところの始まりの部分です。
Wow.
So after this, I'll be sharing something quite similar, but this is something that has been start of myself, like into like photorealistic visual creation in VVV beta.
Wow. Yeah, the materials are just impeccable. This is incredible.
これは素晴らしいですね。
もうこれを作った時点で、もうイムバークのそのスーパーフィジカルはあったんですけども、僕はもともとその V4 を始める前に、そのオフラインレンダリングの時間がかかる方の CG からこの CG の世界に入ってたので、どうしてもちょっと PBR だけだとちょっと物足りないなっていうふうに感じていたのがあって、まず手始めにアンビエントオクルージョンちゃんと綺麗なやつが欲しいなっていうところから始まって、どんどん方向に手を出していったこうだったっていう感じです。
So when I started making this, so for super physical, it was already there. But since I came from like offline rendering background, when I saw that, I thought like just PBR wouldn't be enough. So I started adding ambient occlusion and also something else, and it started to go deep.
And is this something you think you will be sharing with the community at some point? Because it looks astonishing.
このすごいレンダリングの仕組みを例えばコミュニティに何らかの形で公開したり共有することっていうのはできるんですか？
これは今この後もいろいろと話すんですけども、これを今でも少しずつ開発を続けていて、もう最終的な成果物はもの全部今自分の GitHub の方に丸ごと上げているので、誰でも参照したり開発に参加したり自分で使ったりっていうのができるような形になっています。
Yes, I was planning to talk about that later on as well. But so yeah, this is already on GitHub and people can actually access it and start modifying it as well.
Wow.
素晴らしい。じゃあ他のこの物理リアリスティックレンダリング系紹介してもらってもいいでしょうか。
これも少し、これはさっきのデータがもう少し後のやつですね。これは
This is something a little better than later than the first one.
Okay.
これはせっかく V4 でそういうのをやるので、ジェネラティブなジオメトリーで何かできないかなっていうふうに考えてたのもあって、このさっき見せたダイレクトエクスフスパーティクルのトレイルをちょっとチューブジオメトリーを生成して、それを PBR でレンダリングするっていうテストですね。
So since I'm implementing this for VVVV, I thought it would be also interesting to make something together with generative stuff. So I used the DX11 particles POAX and then let spline emit from that. And, yeah.
Very, very impressive.
So he is really hitting super VVV code.
Yeah, this is like top shelf patching right here. This is incredible.
じゃあこれもぜひお願いします。
ここがそうですね。一旦去年の夏くらいに一旦このレンダラーの開発に区切りをつけた段階のものなんですけども、これでせっかくなのでなんて言うんでしょう。ジオメトリーのレンダリングだけじゃなく、レイマーチングを利用したもうちょっとこうコンピューターグラフィックスっぽいビジュアルを、それをさらに PBR の描画を加えてレンダリングするっていうのをやりたかったので、そのポリゴンジオメトリーをレンダリングするシステムの中にちゃんと一緒に同居できるようにレイマーチングのオブジェクトをレンダリングするような機構を作りました。
So last time I sort of like finished, I sort of felt like, okay, this one is done. So then I also thought like having a ray marching would be interesting. So I made a node that allows like ray marching working with this shader that I made as well. So.
Wow. Wow. This is
あと
incredible.
もう一つ特徴的な部分として、やっぱりこれだけその描画のためのコードだったりが重くなってくると、何かしら手を加えたりするときにいちいちものすごくでかいライブラリに手を入れるみたいなことにならなきゃいけないので、それはちょっと面倒だなと思ったので今ちょっとここで言ってるんですけども、 これぐらいの少ないコード量で2バッファー、なんて言うんでしょう、色だったり、普通のシェーダーでいう頂点シェーダーだったりフラグメントシェーダーだったりみたいなところをそこの細かい部分だけ簡単に編集できるようにっていう機構を作りました。
So another highlight with this is that since it goes this heavy, like modifying these codes will be heavy stuff, but I didn't want that to be too heavy, so I made, as you can see, this this code looks really short, but I made it like verticals and stuff can be easily modified just with a few lines here.
Nice. And what we're seeing is not only the shading is being done in before, but the geometry is also made in real time. Is that true? Is it like a geometry shader generating this model?
これはライティングとかレンダリングだけじゃなくて、このジオメトリーそのものも V4 のシェーダーの中でリアルタイムに生成されているということで合ってますか？
ということです。
Yes, that's correct.
Bravo. This is incredible.
Yeah, just bravo.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
このシリーズは他にあったんでしたっけ？
まだもうちょっと続きますね。これはボリューメトリックエフェクトに設定している時のですね。
So next one is about the metric effect.
これはどういう
これは実際にその中心にあるなんかグワングワンしているやつは普通にポリゴンのジオメトリをジオメトリシェーダーでちょっと8分岐構造みたいな形で複製する形で描画していて、その周りをグニグニしているこの四角いものはそのレイマーチングで描画しているものなんですよね。なのでちゃんとその振動合成をする形でちゃんとポリゴンとレイマーチングのオブジェクトに統計できるようになりたいと。
So the one that you're seeing in the center is geometry based. So I rendered it something on different software, and I'll multiply that 8 times. But the cubes that you see on the far side are ray marching stuff. So those are generative in VVVV, and the geometries that you see in the middle animated is from some other software. But as you can see, they're all perfectly blended.
Mm-hmm. And are these just like projects for personal exploration, or are you building these things with a particular purpose, like commercial or artistic?
これは個人の趣味として作ってるのか、それとも何かプロジェクトとか目的があって作ってるようなものなんでしょうか？
100% 趣味ですね、これは。
Hobby.
Jesus. Okay. Wow. Just wow.
はずっとその
I wouldn't be surprised if you get a job offering after this.
So I've been having a big interest in computer graphics. So
Yeah, you're probably gonna get some job offers after this video airs.
じゃあ今のやつもぜひお願いします。
ちなみにこれが終わった後、多分君はジョブオファーを受けることになるよっていう。
これはそうですね、ついおととい3日前くらいにちょろっとやったやつなんですけども、しばらくちょっと開発、そのレンダラーの方の開発をしてなかったのをちょっと思い出すのを兼ねて、ダイレクト X11 パーティクルを久しぶりに使って、そのダイレクト X11 パーティクルの方からトランスフォームをコンピュートシェーダーで取り出してインスタンスで描画するっていうものですね。
So this is something I did 2-3 days ago. Since I haven't been playing around with the renderer for like quite long, to meditate myself, I made this using DX11 particles and then getting a transform of each particles and through compute shader and put it in my renderer.
Wow.
つまり鳥野さんは何かごめんね。鳥野さんは何かこう V4 の鳥のスレンダラーのようなものを今作っていて、それをみんなが使えるような形に準備してくれていると思っていいのでしょうか？
So Torinos, you are right now trying to prepare some sort of like Torinos renderer so that everyone else can use it. Can I take it that way?
そうですね。僕自身にはその何かみんなが使えるように 何かを用意しているみたいな感覚はなくて、僕自身がなんて言うんでしょう、僕は自分が一番欲しいものを自分で作るのが一番いいものが作れると思っているので、そういう意味で自分が欲しいものをきちっと作り続けていって、その過程で何か他の人にも役に立ちそうだなと思うものがあったら、特に成果だったりみたいなところにはあんまり興味がないので、みんなが参照できるような形で片っ端から GitHub だったりに投げたりすることが多いですね。
For my personal thought, I haven't really thought of like just making something to share for everyone. It was more for myself. If I make something that I personally think it's fantastic, then I believe that's also interesting for the others. So I mean, I'm just making something for myself, but of course it's open on GitHub. So if anyone wants to modify or like play around, it's all there, and I'm always welcome on if anyone wants to play around with it.
Oh, please post these links next to the forum post we're gonna make after the show with the Notion collection of works, because I'm sure a lot of people are going to be all over this. And I want to ask, have you looked at Stride at all? I can only imagine what you will pull off with the new Stride engine.
まずぜひその GitHub のリンクは後で V4 のコミュニティのみんなに共有してください。多分みんなが食いつくと思います。で、あとは今 V4 ベータとか DX11 を使ってると思うんだけど、新しいストライドの方は触ってますか？
今まだほとんど触れていなくて、正直僕としては僕一人が勝手に個人でちまちまやっているものを続けていくよりも、今の時代はああいう大きいコミュニティで開発されているものにどんどん移っていく方がいいと思っているので、そういう意味ではもう本格的にストライドがちゃんと出た時点ではそっちの方に移っていきたいとは考えています。
Yeah, so I haven't been playing around with Stride yet, but I believe like in future it's better if we just play around with something that someone like render that someone's making personally, rather than that. I believe it's better to just use something that this big community is actually creating. So in future, yeah, I think it's better if everyone just uses Stride.
Great to hear it.
あとまだ作品がいくつかあったような気がします。
そうですね、これもまた同じレンダラーでやってたんですけども、
This is with same
こ
render.
れはあれです。そうですね、これも同じレンダラーでやってたんですけども、今までパラメーターの制御みたいなところにずっとちまちまとちっちゃいコードを書かないといけない状況がずっとあったので、それをセマンティクスでちゃんとパラメーターでパッチから制御できるようにするついでにサンプルとして作ってみたものですね。
So until now, yeah, I had most of my render we had to modify the values on the code, but that was a bit annoying. So I decided to use semantics and then like make it modified, like value mod can be modified on the patch rather than in the code. So just to test that, I made this.
これを見てる世界中の V4 ユーザーのリアクションが楽しみですね。
そんな皆さんリアクションくれてるんですか？コメントとか見れてないですけど。
唖然としてるね。あとなんだっけ？なかったね。
I could watch this all day.
もう
It's
一個はちょ
incredible.
っとレンダラーみたいなものとはちょっと外れるやつなんですけども、これはずっと僕が V4 を使ってて問題意識としてあったポイントレベルアニメーションみたいなところを V4 に持っていくのがものすごく手順が手数というか手段が少ないっていうのがずっと問題意識としてあったので、それだったらちょっとアレンビックなライブラリ書いてみようかなと思って、ちゃんとシネマ 4D の僕は頂点カラーと一緒にアニメーションをちゃんと持っていけるようになりましたっていうところですね。
So yeah, this is something different than the render, but since when playing with VVV, I realized that importing point and based animation has been quite difficult on VVV, so I made this Alembic importable system.
Wow.
Plugin. And it all works smooth with Cinema 4D and Alembic output export.
And pardon my ignorance, I'm not familiar with this Alembic. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Is it like a plugin in Cinema 4D, or what is it exactly?
これは V4 のプラグインなのか C4D のプラグインを作ったんでしょうか？
これは V4 の側のプラグインですね。
So this is a plugin for VVVV, and like Alembic is like a point-based animation. So yeah, he made that possible to import into VVV and make it animated.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
じゃあ最後に新作を見せてもらってもいいでしょうか？
それでこのアレインリックを作ったところにもつながるんですけども、ずっとその V4 を今までずっとシグマ 4D とかでやってたようなちゃんとした映像を作るためのソフトとして使うっていうことをずっとやってみたくて、そのためにアレインリックとかを変えたみたいなところもあるんですけども、そのあたりのそのフォトリアルの追求をとりあえず一旦着地点として V4 全然 V4 っぽくない例として作ってみようかなっていうふうに思って作ってたやつですね、これが。
As until now, I was more like working with VVV just to make those renders and stuff. But I also wanted to conclude this project by making something that doesn't look like VVV made, but it's entirely made with VVV.
It's
これ
incredible.
は
I'm
リアルタイム
speechless.
に V4 でレンダリングしたものを動画で保存したっていうことで合ってますか？
そうですね、リアルタイムで V4 でレンダリングしてカット編集だけちょっと別でやってるんですけども。
Wow.
Yeah, so Mino's question was so this was all rendered in VVV and you screen captured that, and that's how you made this? And the answer was yes. I just did some cut editing on other software, but it's all rendered in VVV.
Just wow. Absolutely astonishing. It's incredible. Wow.
じゃあぜひこれらのその作品の紹介とか GitHub のリンクとか後でみんなに共有してほしいですね。
共有ってどうやるんですかね。
So Mino was telling him like, please share this to the entire community since they would all be excited to see this. And Torinos just said, how do we do that?
What do you need from us? I mean, yeah, just post it as a contribution or just point us a link at the GitHub repo. Yeah, I'm sure people can't wait to get their hands on this. This is incredible.
ぜひそういう情報のシェアとかはコミュニティとか僕らが共有するんで、ぜひこれをみんなに紹介していろんな人のリアクションとか他の人が使うのを、楽しみにしましょう。
Yeah, we all Japanese community will support him to share this, to force him to share this on the contribution stuff. So
I'll take your word for it, and I will be following up with you two guys to see that this happens. Yeah, we need this stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
はい、じゃあ鳥野さんどうも今日は素晴らしい作品紹介ありがとうございました。
thank you, Torinos.
Thank you for showing us this incredible work. You are amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, everyone surprised, just surprised. Okay. So last one is Yuta Inada.
Mm-hmm.
こんにちは。
Hello. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
聞こえてますか？
はい、聞こえてます。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。じゃあ、ゆうたさんも自己紹介からお願いします。
はい。はじめまして、稲田裕太と申します。もう一つ前の鳥野さんの発表がすごすぎてもうドキドキしてるんですけど、気軽にお話できたらと思います。よろしくお願いします。
My name is Yuta Inada. So yeah, the one Torinos just presented is just amazing, and I'm a bit nervous, but I'm very welcome. I'm interested in chatting with everyone.
Oh, yes, please. We're very interested in seeing your work as well, and I'm sure it's going to be just as amazing. Don't worry about it.
大丈夫です。心配しないでぜひ紹介してください。
はい。
じゃあ自己紹介がてら画面共有とか お願いします。
Okay, so can you start sharing your screen?
はい、見えてます。
はい、よろしくお願いします。6年前くらいに V4 を使い始めまして、V4 がその CG だったりエンジニアリングの業界に手を出したきっかけになりました。
So I found VV around 6 years ago, and that was the reason why I started joining this computer graphics scene as well. So VV was actually the trigger to bring me in this field.
Okay.
その前は何をしてたんですか？
その前は高校生とかだったので、そもそも楽器の演奏をやってたりとかも何もやってなかったです。
So Mino's question was, what have been done before that? And Yuta just said he used to do some music, and also he was a high school student before that, so he was more into music and wasn't really doing much.
Okay.
はい。
じゃあ、はい。
はい。
どうぞ。
はい。仕事では、ライダーを使ったセンシングによる演出だったりとか、バイブトラッカーのようなトラッキング技術を使ったインタラクティブな映像コンテンツの制作を行っています。
So, as a work, I work in a company doing doing technical stuff like LiDAR scanning stuff or using sensor to track people, and that's what I usually do as a work right now.
1-10というのは日本の中でも有名なクリエイティブスタジオの一つですよね。
そうですね。
はい。So 1-10 Design is the company that has working at, and it's one of the most famous, well-known Japanese company that's doing interactive stuff, and he's working there.
And then you also study like interaction design, or what were you doing in school? What's your topic of focus?
高校生とかこの会社に入る前はどういう楽器を演奏する以外にどんなことを勉強していたんですか？
もう高校生の時とかは音楽のコースだったので、音楽の理論だったりとか演奏法とかを勉強してました。
大学は？
大学では、映像学部っていう大学で映像を専門に学んでました。
So in high school, he was in music major, so he was learning how to make music and play music. And in university, he was in film industry, film major. So he was learning how to make videos and things like that.
Okay, interesting.
じゃあどんなものを V4 で作ってきたか紹介してもらってもよいでしょうか？
はい。まず最初に紹介させていただきますのが、日本からの参戦ということで、ちょっとジャパニーズトラディショナルの色が強い日本らしい作品を紹介させていただきます。
So since I'm joining from Japan as a Japan team, I've selected some of the work that's a bit related to traditionally Japanese style.
こちらが昨年制作した作品で、名前は10日祭館っていう名前なんですけども、まず動画をお見せしようと思います。
Yeah, so this is something I made last year called 10日祭館 transparent. It's hard to translate, but yeah, I'll just show the video.
日本の文化にお茶席っていう、四角い狭い空間で囲ってお茶を飲む文化がありまして、それが行われるのが茶室っていう場所なんですけども。
So in Japanese culture, there's this place, like squared space, where we have ocha, like matcha. That's where we drink, and we call that chashitsu. Yeah.
その茶室をアルミフレームで骨組みを作ったり、農業用ポリエチレンシートで壁を作ったりして透明なお茶室を作りました。
Yeah, so we made this chashitsu based on like frames and also transparent polyframe, polyseat, and made that transparent tea room.
Very nice. So it's like a reinterpretation of the tea space, if I'm understanding this correctly.
これは日本の茶室をなんていうかな、再解釈というか新しく作り直したようなものっていうことですかね。
でもそうですね、お茶室の新しい表現として、茶人の方と植栽家の方と一緒に制作しました。
So yes. So this is a way to like show Chashizu in a different way, and we did this project together with someone who's actually, how to say, like design Chashizu and who's involved in this this ocha matcha tea industry.
Okay.
はい。
これは
で、
ここに表示している映像を V4 で作っている。
はい、そうですね。V4 で、作った映像を、こういった具合に、お茶席の展開だったりとか流れに合わせてこう制御しまして映像演出を行いました。
So Mino's question was, so these projected videos are made with VVV, and Yuta just said, like, yes, so this is all made with VVV, and based on time sequence, Ocha also has this timeline. So based on that, we made VVV to trigger that scene.
Very nice. Yeah, it looks incredible. And is this like an art project, or is it a commercial project, or what is the nature of it?
これはどういう目的で作られた作品なのか、何か展示会だったりとか、企業のプロモーションだったりだとか。
こちらはですね、仕事とはまた別でプライベートの活動なんですけども、お寺で行われたイベントの中の一環として、こういった体験できる空間を設置しました。
Yeah, so this is not a commercial work. It's more like a personal work we did with a member in the company. So, so one of the temple was holding a festival, so we designed this kind of stuff to make an installation at that place.
Very beautiful.
はい、じゃあ他にも作品をぜひ紹介してください。
はい、次に紹介させていただきますのが、演奏家とのコラボレーションをしている作品なんですけども、先ほど自分も音楽をやってたってことで映像と演奏家をコラボレーションさせた作品を作りたいって気持ちがすごくありました。
So this is something I did a collaboration with a musician, and since I studied music in my high school, I always had this passion that I wanted to do something audio visualization stuff, and yeah, that's the reason why I made this.
Let's see it.
例えばこちらは、ピアノの演奏家の方と一緒に行ったオーディオビジュアル作品です。
For example, this one is something that I did together with a pianist.
ピアノからの入力、ピアノからの入力を、その場で映像に再現したりとか、演奏者自身の体の動きの表現をキネクトでスキャンして表現したりしてます。
So by using the pianist's note, made it visualize, and also I made the motion of the pianist. Also, I made it visualize using Kinect.
Very beautiful. Yes.
この映像とピアノの音は何か連動してるんですか？
ピアノが電子ピアノを使用してますので、音のアタックだったりとか強さなどが映像の方に反映されています。
So Mino's question was, is the piano and visual like physically connected? And the answer was yes. So they're using the electric piano to get the kicks and stuff from the piano.
So I imagine MIDI somehow giving you the information of the notes that are being played and so on.
これは MIDI プロトコル使ってるんですか？
はい、そうですね、MIDI です。
Yes, it's MIDI.
Very beautiful.
他の楽器でも作ってるんですかね？
はい、こちらはバイオリンの演奏家の方と一緒に制作したものでして、
Yeah, so this one is with violinist.
バイオリンの弦を弾く時の勢いだったりとか、弦楽器ならではのラインが絡み合うようなグラフィックでオーディオリアクティブを表現しました。
So by detecting the motion when you pull the, how do you say, the string and things like that, yeah, the arm. So that's what's detecting, and based on that, I made the splines dynamically move.
Is this instance noodles, or what kind of plugin are you using to generate the visuals?
これはこの映像を生成するのにV4 のどんなプラグインを使ったりしたんですか？
どれだったかな。確かこのインスタントヌードルは使ってたかな。このうねうねした線とかはコンピュートシェーダーやジオメトリーシェーダーで作ってます。
So I'm using computer shader and geometry shader, wrote it by myself to make this kind of spline.
Wow.
でこの影とかはスーパーフィジカルを使用してます。
And the shadows I'm using super physical.
演奏会に関しては一旦この辺りです。
So this is all with the audiovisual stuff.
あとじゃあ他にもあるかな。
はい、こちらはもう僕の用意しているので最後なんですけども、
This is my last slide.
We still have about 14 minutes, so don't be shy to show your work. We're happy to see everything.
まだ時間は14分ぐらいあるんで、もう全部いきましょう。
こちらは、ライブハウスだったりとか配信上で開催される音楽イベントで、行った映像演出の作品たちです。
So this is something we use for like live house streaming stuff, and these are the visual that I made for that.
基本的にはミディキーボードから、制御をして、VJ のようなことを行っています。
Basically using MIDI inputs to do some sort of like VJ kind of effect.
Okay.
で昨年の2019年なんかは、V4 で PBR を使うことにハマっておりまして、スーパーフィジカルを使った映像素材をよく制作してました。
Yeah, the last year on 2019, I was really interested in like playing around this PBR in VVV, so I played a lot with Super Physical and made a lot of different visuals using it.
Yeah, let's see some of them. Please show us.
ぜひ映像を見せてください。
はい。あるイベントで使った素材をアーカイブするために1個動画にしたのがこちらです。
So this is something I used for a certain event, and I archived that. This is.
Nice.
めっちゃモコモコしてる。
こちら、スーパーフィジカルだったりとか、あと GPU インスタンシングや、バーテックスアニメーションテクスチャーを使ってこういう映像を作りました。
So using super physical and vertex animation instancing and things like that, I made this visual.
Yeah, the light work is also very impressive.
ライティングの演出がすごいいいですね。
ございます。
Thank you.
ちょっとせっかくなんでもうちょい見ますか、このまま。
あ、はい。
これダンサーの動きは事前にキャプチャーしたものを再生してるんでしょうか？
そうですね、ミキサモから取ってきたものを、バーテックスアニメーションテクスチャーに変換して、でそこからこういうなんだろう、スフィアをインスタンシンクしたりとかしてこういうキャラクター作ってます。
And so Mina's question was, you're pre-recording the dancer's animation and import it to VVV, and the answer was, so he used animation from Mixamo, Adobe Mixamo, and then I'm converting that to vertex animation and then putting that into VVV.
Oh, wow. I thought it was him dancing, but it's just as impressive.
これは自分で踊ったわけではない。
僕は踊れないです。
He doesn't know how to dance.
Okay.
他にもいろんな映像ありましたけど、
はい、
よかったらぜひ見せてください。
そうですね、こちらは、2ヶ月前ぐらいに、それこそこれもドイツで行われていた 日本の映画祭で、お披露目したライブ映像です。
So this is something I showcased 2 months ago, and it was actually like Nippon Connection is a festival that happened in Germany, and we showcased that there.
Okay.
サワーオングストームさんっていう方の、パフォーマンスにこう映像を重ねて、演出させていただきました。
So a performer called Sawa Angstrom, performance based, and yeah, we added animation and things like that onto it, make this.
Wow.
今表示している映像は全部 V4 で生成したものっていうことで合ってるんですか？
そうですね。はい、V4 でリアルタイムに全て生成してます。
Yeah, so this is entirely made with VVV in real time.
And it is sound reactive as well by the looks of it, yeah?
この映像も音楽に同期して、リアルタイムに反応してるっていうことですかね。
はい、アーティストの方から送られてきた音のビートとかに合わせてこういうポストエフェクトだったりとか、スフィアの動きだったりとかをつけてます。
Yeah, so based on the audio data that we got from the artists, so we're making all these spheres and lines reactive using their music data. So
very nice, very, very nice.
多少収まらないでどんどん行きましょう。
ちなみにさっきの映像なんかは今ここで出せるように。
So the one I just showed is also running beside this chat. So as you can see,
okay.
V4 で動いてるんだ。
So this is the patch running live now that we're looking at.
Exactly.
さっき流してたやつなんかは、こういった感じのシーンをこうカメラ動かしたりとかポストエフェクトかけたりとかで制御してました。
Yeah, so the one we just saw, so I just recorded the entire screen, rendered through VVV, and added some post effects in VVV as well. Like that's what we were just seeing.
Can we quickly have a look at the patch?
ちょっとパッチをちらっと見せてくれることができますか？
パッチはちょっと恥ずかしいんですけど、かなりぐちゃぐちゃで。
Yeah, I'm a bit shy sharing my patch since it's messy, but yeah, let's see how it goes.
もう本当にぐちゃぐちゃで自分でも
it's really
あまり何が
messy.
なんだか。
I've seen much worse. Don't worry about it.
これはぐちゃぐちゃとは言わない。もうこれで全部。
いえ、これだけではなく、
モジュールか。
そうですね。シーンとかはモジュールで中に分けたりとかしてます。
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot inside.
Loads going on, yeah.
It's based on different scenes. Yeah.
How do you handle timelining and these kind of sequencing problems that we face all the time? Which contributions do you use, or are you coming up with your own solutions?
こういう映像演出系のタイムラインの制御はどうやってるのか、何かコントリビューションとか使ってるのか、そこも自分で制御してるんでしょうか？
タイムラインは使ってないですね。
He doesn't use timeline.
タイミングとか
自分で制御で、はい、自分で制御ですね。
So I'm manually operating and recording that.
Ah, I see. Wow. Okay.
動画用に記録する時とかも自分でこう音に合わせて操作してキャプチャーしたりしてます。
So basically, like VJ style, I'm like based on music. I'm listening to it and I'm operating that, switching that, and then recording the entire sequence.
So almost a performance, if you will, you know.
どちらかというともうパフォーマーっていうような形ですね。
そうですね。
Yep. Right.
Cool.
あと5分ぐらいあるんで、ぜひ。
そうですね。じゃあこれ多分時間的に最後になるかなと思うんですけど、最近作ってたやつで、グラスシェーダーをジオメトリーシェーダーで作ったオーディオリアクティブな
Yeah, so this is probably will be my last work that I'm showing. So I've been working this recently using glass shader on geometry shader.
ちょっと前半はグラスシェーダーとは全然関係ないんですけど、
Yeah, so the beginning part doesn't really related with glass shader, but let's see.
Can we put the volume up a little bit, please? It has
少し
sound,
だけ
right?
音量上げてもらってもいいですか。
はい。
Thank you.
Or sorry, grass shader, not glass shader.
Oh, wow.
まあ、真ん中に出てるこの物体が、音にオーディオリアクティブでこう動くことで有機的なこう動きだったりとか揺らぎを出してます。
So the geometry in the middle is audio reactive, and that's rotating and things like that to generate this kind of like how do you say, organic spline.
Absolutely beautiful.
これは全部自分でシェーダーを描いたんですか。
Did you write all the
はい
shader by yourself? Yes.
And it, yeah, okay. Wow, incredible stuff.
あともう一ついけそう。
もう一つ、そうですね。すごいこれはライトなものなんですけども、これもそのスーパーフィジカルにハマってた時に、パララックスオクルージョンマッピングを、使って素材作りしたものです。
Yeah, so this is something I did using when I was really much into superphysical. So using parallax occlusion mapping, I made this kind of visual.
I see some reaction diffusion kind of thing going on.
これも何かに反応して映像が動いてるんでしょうか。
あ、そうですね。これも今後ろで流れてる音のビートに反応してこの動きが反応してますね。これもそういう他のなんだろうライブ配信とかそういう VJ 的なもので使った素材のアーカイブです。
Yeah, so this is also something it's more like an archive of a lot of footage that I rendered in VVV and recorded at, and I use those recorded ones as a VJ footage. So yeah, it's basically all audio reactive.
Very, very impressive. Thank you for sharing all this beautiful stuff with us.
ゆうたさんはガンマを使ってますか。
ガンマ
Do
は
you use gamma?
チュートリアルは触ってみました。
Yeah, so I played around with the tutorials. That's.
I understand that the time difference probably doesn't help you guys, but there's been a lot of very interesting workshops happening here at NODE lately, showing off the capabilities of Stride and all the new Gamma features as well. So, you know, if you need a NODE pass or something, if you need access to it somehow, let us know and we'll try to figure something out.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
ここに今日喋ったみんなは今回の V4 ノードイベントのワークショップとか映像全部見られるんで、ぜひそういうのを使ってガンマとかストライドのことを勉強して、これからそういうのを使ってもっとかっこいい作品作っていきましょう。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Thank you again for
Yeah,
joining
so
us.
it
It's
seems
incredible.
we finished introduce VVV users.
Well, I'm almost speechless. I mean, one after the other, the works that you've been showing are just mind-blowing, and it feels great to, you know, get in contact with you guys and see what's going on over there. I just wish we had more time and we could do this over and over again. I'm sure there's many other users out there that have just as beautiful things to show, including you both, of course. And thank you again so much for taking the time. If I know it's quite late for you, so I understand if it's not an option, but we have the Patcher Corner happening. It's a space where it's more of an open discussion with a Zoom call where anyone can join in and ask questions, and kind of a more informal space to talk about things. So if you have it in you and you feel, you know, like you would like to do that, we would love to have you over there. And thank you again.
通訳しちゃって大丈夫ですか？
ぜひ。
皆さん素晴らしいプレゼンテーションありがとうございました。多分ここにいない皆さんの中でもいろんな素晴らしい BB パッチャーが日本にはいると思うので、その人たちの話が時間があればいくらでも聞けたんですがねっていう話で、この後なんか別の部屋があるんで、そこにもし時間的には難しいかもしれないですけど、参加したかったら全然参加して皆さんとコミュニケーションを取っていただけたらと思いますということでした。改めてありがとうございますという言葉をいただきました。Yep. Okay, so this is it, I think.
Thank you so much, guys, and hope to see you soon again. And thank you for joining us again. Have a beautiful night.
You're welcome.
Well,
thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Well, that was it. This was the Patcher Spotlight Japan edition. I'm completely mind blown by this amazing pieces of work. I'm glad you get to experience this and join us for this. And let's see if these guys make it to the Patcher Corner so we can keep on talking about it. Thank you again for joining us, and good night.
Bellows breath. The bellows breath. The bellows breath.
Hi and welcome back in the emergency broadcast studio, still can't pronounce it right, in Frankfurt in the Musanturm. My name is Janne Norakummer, you know me already, and I will give you a short sum up again, what is going to happen in the next 2.5 hours, because it will be quite a marathon, but I'm sure therefore very interesting, because things are changing, so lots of new input. And we will start with the Greenhouse NAXOS deep dive. We announced that already with Begüm İnal, which is next to me, and Jan Vogt, and as well Katharina Held. Before we start your panel, I tell you what's happening after. So afterwards, there will be another panel with Jan Vogt again, and Jarl Schulp is the director of the Fiber Festival. The Fiber Festival is a festival which is similar to the NODE Festival in Amsterdam, and it happened in September, so just a few weeks before this great event here. And together with Alexander Scholz, they will talk about what it means to make festivals in times of crisis, I would say. Title of this festival, of the Fiber Festival this year, was Instability, so it's kind of similar subject, so I'm very happy to hear how you exchange your thoughts about how to come to, because we know already from you how did you go to the second nature subject, but what was their reason to choose a similar one? And the last of these 3 panels is going to be the NODE Institution panel, Sharing Knowledge in the Creative Coding Community, which is going to be held by Stefan Kraus and David Brö, which you know already. Both are founder of the V4 Institute in Berlin. And they will talk to several members of the NODE community and to Markus Heckmann from Touch Designer. So there already will be an exchange between different softwares and maybe different communities, or is it one big community? We will see, and how this will develop in the future. And now I'm very happy, just a short announcement, because you haven't met Begüm yet. Begüm is art mediator and educator, and she developed a mediation program in Greenhouse NAXOS we've been talking about as well. And I had a beautiful tour this morning, or this midday, noon, somewhere around that, given by Begüm through the exhibition. So I would say I leave you guys the stage, and you can talk much more about this very interesting space, Greenhouse NAXOS, and everything behind it.
Thank you, Janne.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh my God, that's my first time without Janne on that stage. Your first time on the stage?
Yes.
I feel a bit scared. Now I'm officially moderating, as it seems. So, Begüm, welcome to the panel. Actually, we would have liked to have also Gloria. She's been here in the Appetizer, but Gloria on the stage as she constructed the whole thing. But she's doing some other things. She has also very many hats on her head. At the moment, she's rehearsing with BBB, who are having like a final rehearsal tonight, and tomorrow will premiere their performance. But we come to this later. Maybe we start out by telling you, or I tell you shortly again, how this whole Greenhouse NAXOS idea came about. Because it wasn't, for me, it was for a while not very obvious to do virtual exhibitions. I have to admit, I was quite skeptical about it. I don't know, I don't want to go deeply into this because I was totally convinced today. I made the tour also today with Sasha from our mediation team, but also Begüm. So maybe I can start by March this year, of course, when the whole COVID situation became more crazy. And, you know, in March we were thinking, well, that doesn't concern us that much. Oh, we are so lucky. We do this in autumn, so we are fine. But I think by April or so, things went really crazy and everything was shut down. And that was the time when the first thing we did in terms of changing the setup of Node was to decide not to do an exhibition. And I think the actual reason for this was because it's the most material intense thing we do. And every time we do Node, we are also a bit concerned, like, how sustainable is it to set up an exhibition which is running only for a week, basically? Because we're doing it very fine, I think, and it's always like a well-done exhibition, and there's always good and very, very creative and wonderful designers and architects involved. So this time we said, okay, we can't do this. Not knowing what will happen in autumn, we shouldn't do an exhibition. And that was when I went over to NAXOS Halle, to the colleagues from Studio NAXOS, and said, look, guys, probably we can't do anything with you this year. This is too insecure. What shall we do? And I'm sorry. But then they started talking about their interest in our topic of sustainability, and that they're actually working on similar questions, that they are wondering how to turn their theater space, an old industrial space, to something actually more sustainable, more open, and more also resilient in terms of how situations change. And this is when we we came up with this idea, why not turn their theater into a virtual theater? So maybe the first thing, Begum, if you agree, the first thing we might do is to take an actual tour over there to where our colleague Katharina is waiting for us. I'm wondering if we already can see Katharina. I'm not sure. Can anybody tell me from the team?
Hi, guys.
Oh, hello.
I'm here, right in front of NAXOS Halle. And you can somehow see the greenhouse behind me. Yeah, let me switch my camera and give you a tour of the space.
Do you hear me, Katharina, actually?
I hear you, yes.
Oh, that's so nice. Oh my God, I feel we are in a loop. In an
There is a greenhouse.
interdimensional tunnel system.
And I'm going to take you inside the NAXOS Halle, which is, as Jan mentioned, an old industrial hall. Used to house NAXOS Union, which was a factory for sanding machines. And now it houses two theater companies, Theater Willy Pramel and Studio NAXOS. This is the very nice space which we are using this week for the greenhouse that we built in here together with Studio NAXOS. And also, let me just give you a short tour of the space. With the youth program of NODE, we thought we'd do something on site, and I've been doing some.
Oh, that's
painting.
the posters. The posters created
from
from Matthew Plummer Fernandez. You met him on Monday.
Yes.
And teens are building these posters to protest against our attitude towards climate change, and they are being transported into AR, right? Thanks
Yes,
to
they
Matthew's
are.
work.
And we also had different workshops here during the week with kids doing some soldering on synthesizers. And they were here during the day, so now you can't see them. But I have heard some very nice tunes, and I think they're also going to present it tomorrow in the Emergency Broadcast Studio. So if you want to hear what the kids made, just tune in.
Yes, that's right. They do the first final concert tomorrow.
Yes. So, and this is our representation of Greenhouse NAXOS in the middle of NAXOS Hall, which we built because Studio NAXOS is actually thinking about turning this space into a greenhouse, which was, the idea how everything came up. And we created this actual greenhouse, and you can go inside and grab some VR goggles and then go into the Greenhouse NAXOS from here.
And then you're beamed up to the internet, right?
Well, I'm not sure if you're beamed up. You're staying pretty much here, but you can take a look inside the greenhouse, the virtual greenhouse, and yeah, just take a walk from here.
Do we meet you on the other side, Katharina?
Yes, I'll try and join you.
See you. So,
shall we meet Katharina?
Let's meet Katharina. Yes, Begüm, again, maybe I can quickly say something how our collaboration came about. Because it's now actually since 2015, I think, that we collaborate, for example, with Goethe University and Professor Verena Kuni. And you've been studying with Verena, have you, or haven't you? I'm not sure.
No, I've studied art history, and Verena she is teaching Kunstpädagogik.
Art mediation, basically, right?
Yes.
And visual culture. And I think, but through the collaboration with Goethe University, you've been also starting to work with us in 2015, right? And ever since, with Verena, we are constantly questioning or finding out about new forms of art mediation, or also net political...
Transmitting the ideas
yes.
of the exhibition, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, you can show us a bit around and tell us about the challenges of explaining a virtual exhibition, maybe.
Yeah, as you know, we have the festival theme of Second Nature, and we also saw right now the real NAXOS Halle, and also the translation of it as the greenhouse NAXOS itself, as an object. And now we are entering the next greenhouse, the virtual space, which is basically our exhibition space. And I don't know, okay, you can see my laptop, and you can enter greenhousenaxos.com. So we're here on this landing page, and if you're clicking Join Greenhouse Naxos, you will get into our exhibition space. For me, the main question was, how can I mediate in this virtual space, because it's so many people aren't familiar with it, also myself actually. It was also for me a challenge to think through it. I wanted that the people feel secure, like they're in a real classical mediation tour. And it was quite interesting, because you also have two kind of ways to enter this virtual world. The first way is on the space on our side in the NAXOS Halle, where you can get those VR goggles and basically begin with a classical tour on site, where we can see each other in a real space, and then enter with the goggles into the VR space, in the virtual space, where we can also, where the mediation tour gets or continues there, with many more people who are entering via their laptops.
But I found very interesting what you said earlier. No? We discussed a lot the questions on how accessible it is what we do. I mean, we're doing like a totally online festival. We are doing an online exhibition. And also, since a couple of years, we've been discussing more and more like how to include other voices in the discussions we have at NODE, and the discussions on digital transformation, and the discussions of the design of technological infrastructures. We did in the past, I found this very nice last NODE, we did workshops with people from an elderly home next door of Musantum, and that was so nice. It was really like an intergenerational exchange, and we both know, we all feared that this is gonna be lost in this situation. So this is where we thought it was actually extra important that we have this specific mediation. We called the people, like the art mediation team this year, we called the ambassadors.
Yes, because they're like transmitting messages from real and virtual space. They're acting like in both spaces. So they're our ambassadors.
Maybe you can show us around.
So if you have
a VR goggle set. You can also enter with it, or you can just enter on your screen, like me right now. And we're putting...
Maybe we want to hear,
Yeah, you want to hear.
And we can chat with you. Actually, you can access now, right? People
Yes,
could
sure.
now just join from home. Come to us, join us here on stage.
Where's
oh my gosh,
Katarina?
this is too much for my brains. These kinds of tunnels in between the different media in real time.
So we're right now at the NODE counter. We have on the left side the artwork of Moritz Frischkorn.
Who was here on Saturday?
Yes, with his lecture.
That was also, maybe I jump in quickly, because this was quite interesting for us to do this, because we were so glad, like we actually invited a theater work, because his work was actually a theater work. But of course, with COVID, this was so insane to do a theater production just for 5 people or so.
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of the solution for us.
I'm asking myself, where's Katarina?
Katarina! Does she hear us? She would hear us, right? If we know.
I don't know. Well, she isn't hearing us.
We can start searching her, right?
So
what do we see?
We are seeing right now the artwork of Matthew Plummer Fernandez, Words, which deals with the question of how we can. It's a prototype of vertical farming, of the idea how we can grow on small spaces agriculture, which is an ecosystem in itself, because it's completely made of plants and bio stuff like this. Yes.
And maybe you could turn around a little bit so that we actually get an impression of the venue, because I like it so much, actually. I'm sorry, Simon and Jan Philipp and everyone from NAXOS Halle, but I'm a bit in love more with the virtual NAXOS Halle. I really like the NAXOS Halle, but the virtual one is really like, oh.
We have here the artwork of And.
Yes, And, amazing And, who did our beautiful key visual as well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the artwork, standalone version of it. You can only see it in Greenhouse NAXOS.
And if you go further, you will see some rooms. On the right side, there's under construction, where you can build your own stuff and can expand.
What does it mean? Sorry, what does it mean, rooms? I don't see rooms. Can you explain?
We have these thumbnails, like this one, and if you go on it, you will see visit room, and that's how you enter the room.
That's sort of a copy of, so you have a system of one venue, like one NAXOS Halle after the other, multi-dimensional time travel and whatnot. No, right.
There's also the artwork of Spieleberatung. They have added also many more rooms, and you can also solve a puzzle in there, and can explore these rooms with their own teams.
And what do we have here?
We have here the artwork of Antje Greie and Sergio Matisse.
Hello, Antje. Antje was also here on yesterday. Yesterday?
Yes,
my time
yesterday,
counting
I guess.
doesn't work anymore. On the Facing Extinction panel, and she talked about her sound work, and she already showed a bit, but there you can see an actual exhibition with her sound work and some images of her.
I guess Katarina is in the lobby right now. You can see it over there. She will enter the room soon, I hope.
Maybe it's also, for me right now, it's also important to say that this project is not finished. So it was actually started very briefly, like shortly ago, and it's a work in process, and we also want to invite people from the NODE community to enter, to join us, to explore, but also to eventually propose to do stuff there. That's, for example, at the moment, you have met him a couple of times now, Naoto Hieda. He's been also undermining the whole system. He actually has his own space by now. It's the stage. It's run by Naoto all the time. Like, he's doing things there. He set up his own exhibition. Can you show stage? Yeah. He's doing, with Raphael de Courville, he's doing lunch meetings there. Then, what else? The choreographic coding lab online space, this is. But it's not sad that not every one of you, well, it's a matter of resources and data capacity also, I think. But yeah, we're constantly evolving, and there's a few things in the pipeline, so it's also worth it to return after the festival. And we really want to keep this up as a space for experimentation, because this is also new for us. This format, like equally like this format, what we're doing right now, we're trying, like NODE20 is really like a prototype version of an online festival for us. So where do we go next?
I'm waiting for Katharina to join Naoto on stage.
Ah, okay.
But she's still at the lobby.
Oh, Katharina, we're missing you. Come over. We still got 9 minutes left. This is okay. Actually, half an hour is more than I thought.
Yes.
Maybe we can go a bit ahead still. Did we see everything? Maybe you can show the sponsors behind the green wall.
Okay.
Showing the sponsors is always good. Dum, dum, we make some break music. Like, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun, dun. Isn't there also sound? Oh, there you see. Oh, I hope we didn't forget anyone. That's always scary. Go away maybe again. Always scary to understand.
Digitale Welten.
Forgot someone. There's the entrance to the Digitale Welten space, our teen space. What's this?
That's sound.
Ah, you can actually have sound. What is this?
This is new.
Uh-huh. Actually don't even... Ah, is that also... Is that Antje?
Okay.
Antje. Is it Antje?
No,
Sure.
I don't think so.
I'm sorry if I forgot something that was there. I feel a bit embarrassed right now. Maybe you can go show Moritz's sound as well, sound installation. Or Noor's sound installation.
This is why they are moving a bit out of shore to build the wall of the waves, because they couldn't build earlier because the grounds are not...
I think we have to go ahead without Katharina. What do you think? Even if it's sad, we really wanted to finalize the tunnel system, but something maybe went wrong with the goggles. So let's go visit. Is Naoto there?
Let's see.
Does he wait for us? Dum dum dum dum dum dum dum dum dum dum dum dum da da da da da. Oh my God, I really have no very creative ideas for passing over breaks. So maybe you can tell us, Begum, I have a question ready. So, what's something interesting that happened during your guided tours these days? Some interesting encounter, something unexpected, some excited reaction by someone?
I don't know, it's really difficult to tell because I was really surprised by the kids, actually, by the reaction of the kids, because they're really, they're playing really in these rooms and
like we
also
know.
Moving. Okay, this room is different than the
We
last.
just ended right in a work in progress thingy, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. What's happening?
There's Naoto. I hear Naoto at least. Hello, Naoto. Does he hear us?
Just a second, I have to reload the page.
I see.
Because of the objects.
So the teens, like the kids, have been there for the full week now, right?
Yes.
And did
we have different workshops with them.
And a big team, actually, of our Digitale Welten team is running these workshops over there is quite huge by now. I'm so glad, actually, that there's so many people now who joined us for the teens program at NODE. And they're all like exploring different workshop formats at the moment as well. So there's Naoto. Oh my
There's
god.
Naoto, yes.
I see him. Hello, Naoto. Who's he talking
Hi,
to?
John.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Who are you guys?
We're preparing for the show at 8:30.
You have a beautiful hair.
It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be so green, as you can see.
I love your hair. I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry. I love your hair.
We're
Do you hear us?
planting plants.
Something's walking over us. A giant something. A
Yes,
giant what?
There's a guest.
Oh, there you are.
You can see there's a guest.
Hello, Naoto. You're a duck, right? Actually, you're not that person on that screen, but you're the duck, Naoto.
Ah, Katarina's here.
I wonder if my voice is actually on the broadcast, but I'm Naoto and Chris Jensen. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. So please join us in 1 hour.
In 1 hour, you say? Okay, good. Everyone, join in 1 hour.
Yeah.
If you don't, there's
Yes,
the
please mark your calendar.
conflict.
You can find us at Talk app.
In the Talk app, we find you. Cool.
Yes, Talk app.
See you later,
It's in the
Naoto.
program. It's a multi-dimensional journey.
Yay. So maybe, yeah. Oh, there's still. So there's also an exhibition of Naoto. You can see like that's constantly growing. The exhibition is growing and growing.
There's an exhibition.
Do we
We did an
also?
exhibition with people from Japan.
People from Japan, like more artists are involved, right? Not just you. That's true. I'm sorry, I wasn't.
And in the back, there's a choreographic coding lab exhibition.
Oh,
there's Katarina.
Katarina, is that you?
Yeah.
Ah, but it says.
Sorry, I got distracted in the construction room.
There's now the glitch. We got the glitch. We ended up with the glitch. Katarina, we don't understand you very well. But it's good to see you, or some form of you. It's really nice, though.
It's really funny. You're meeting like artists here of the exhibition, kids, members from the
You actually don't know. How do you deal with the question of anonymity in there?
Oh yes, it's important. It's like I handle it with real. Okay, maybe not real, but like mediation tours in the real space. For me, it's important to ask who the people are, where do they get note to know, and yeah.
Like how they knew about the space, you mean?
Not only the space, basically also the festival and the forum. And this is how I also do it in the virtual space, actually. I think it's more intimate to know the names, to know what the people are doing, and things like that.
So you're trying to build up a connection, a more intimate maybe, or
Yeah.
personal connection, so that nothing bad happens, basically. Did you ever encounter something weird, like weird reactions, abuse of anonymity in this kind of space? I mean, it's running only for 6 days now, so it's probably not really representative as a situation, but not yet.
No.
So the NODE community and all the visitors are so nice, right? Cool. Good to see.
Yes.
Yeah, but again, go there, explore, really take some time. I spent also with 1 hour with the goggles on my head. I didn't want to leave, but it's also nice in the browser. And you can really find secret hidden rooms and very political and beautiful rooms created by Spieleberatung in Hamburg. You met Katia these days, who's part of this, who didn't actually create those rooms, but her team did, like the team, other members of the team did, like Miko and Sarah.
And Jonas.
And Jonas, right. So they did an amazing job in undermining the whole NAXOS Halo. So we built so many spaces and spaces and spaces that it's actually mind-blowing a little bit. But yeah, fun. Very much fun. And we will also write up a bit of a evaluation in the end because it was also very complicated. So. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Begum.
Yeah, thank you, Jan.
Thank you, Katharina.
And Gloria.
And Studio NAXOS and Gloria. And maybe that's it for now, for today. But the space is open 24/7. Just go and explore.
Da rein aber. We are back on. Hi, welcome back.
Hello.
To the second short panel called Festival Making in Times of Crisis. And with me in the studio are Jan Vogt and Alexander Scholz, the curators of NODE20 Second Nature. And with us, somewhere, where actually? On screen?
Over the rainbow.
Will be Jarl Schulp.
Hello.
Oh,
there he is.
The man.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey,
Good to
Jarl.
see you all.
How's it going?
Yeah, great. Like we finished the festival, so that's always a very celebratory moment. And I've been following Node also very closely. So actually, it's going. It's challenging, but it's going well.
Thank you.
So just
Does
so
it-
you, oh,
sorry.
just so
Does
you
it-
know,
Go
because
ahead.
people don't know yet, right?
I was just about to ask him to introduce himself and the festival. So, Jarl, because people that are watching the Node feed might not necessarily know you and your festival,
Well.
so I think a good way of starting this little chat is you just tell us what fiber is.
Probably they do know, but anyways.
Well, we're an Amsterdam-based festival and platform presenting new forms of art that emerge at the intersection of technology, ecology, and also music culture. So our festival is also focused on experimental club music or music in general. And we were supposed to present the festival in May, but as we all know, the world changed dramatically. So we redesigned our festival in a new presentation form where we could still present certain parts of the festival to our community. Our community consists of media artists, creative coders, musicians, designers, people working with software, with hardware, but also more and more with ecological systems. And we have been working a lot and hard with the team on making it happen. And the festival was happening the 24th to the 27th of September. So we're out of the woods kind of 1.5 weeks.
How does it feel? Have you recovered yet?
Yeah, I must say it's a very new kind of festival experience. Physically, it's not as tough as it was before because we were also running kind of club nights going on from 7 to 8 in the morning. This we don't have this year, but it's more complex. It's uncertain. The complexity is a lot more. It's more technical, and there's a whole new way of addressing kind of like or reaching out to your audience in a sense. And maybe you have also been experiencing this. So yeah, it's different. I would say.
It sure is.
Colleagues, our wonderful colleagues just teleported Jarl to another space so that
Oh
we
yeah,
don't
so we
just
don't have
all
to shake our
look
heads. Nice.
But this is complicated. You're everywhere, Jarl, now. You're everywhere in the space.
That's a new advantage, right? It's like we could be anywhere, also in 4 different dimensions.
Exactly.
Very true. Maybe we can. How shall we do this?
Well, I think we have actually so many different topics to talk about, but I think there's these 2 questions. The one is like how we managed to cope with this current crisis, it's all current crises, but how we dealt with this situation, but also we wanted to very much understand the connections between our conversations, right? The conversations you had and we had during these last 5 days, 5.5 days. So maybe I'm really curious to hear also, I told it now like 5 times during these days how we came up with our topic, but maybe you can also give a little like, what was the drive for choosing this year's topic and for you and your team, and how did you cope with your footprint also during the event?
Yeah. Well, it started quite some time ago. I think 2018 we presented an event which was called Coded Matters Terra Fiction. And we looked into kind of like, we've been following the news on the climate change, the ecological crisis, but we also saw a lot of artistic practices moving into the space of world building, speculation, and coming up with new ideas about different futures. So we started researching more, where in the past we were really focused on technology only. We started focusing on the relationship between technology and ecology. And from that start, we noticed that many of the discussions and challenges we were facing moved into the space of an ecological perspective. And we started transforming our festival more and more into this kind of like interplay between these 2 fields. And from that research, we came this idea of kind of like that we saw that all the systems and all the ideas and all the kind of world views that we have in the West are becoming more and more unstable. So we thought it would be very valuable for our community, but also for ourselves to address the topic of instability. Like how do we move forward in this highly unstable world where our worldview is now unstable, where the landscapes are unstable, where there are so many things that we took for granted are now suddenly, and for the West suddenly, because the Southern Hemisphere coped with these impacts for quite a long time, but now we experience them also in the Western world. How we deal with the moment we're in. And as a cultural festival, we think the power of culture and the power of storytelling and the power of design and art is there to talk and to broadcast kind of these questions and the stories. So that's why we came up with this idea of instability. And I have a few slides which I have on now, which kind of showed also a bit kind of the festival feel. I don't know if you see them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm just browsing through them because it's just such an informal talk that I thought it was nice just to click through them. But this was our kind of whole idea of like making a conceptual world in which we brought this kind of idea of instability by our great designers Lisa and Irene. But also we've been working on this, setting up this new festival as the same as you are with this studio where we had to bring in a lot of speakers from abroad. And we were already thinking of not inviting many speakers to fly in, but to all get them in by train to kind of lower our footprint. And now with the whole pandemic, it was quite easy to make the change to the decision not to fly in anybody. But in the end, we didn't fly, and also by train we invited nobody from abroad. So all our speakers were coming. Our abroad speakers were coming were calling in, and our Amsterdam-based speakers were joining us. So this is a bit where you could see the festival.
Beautiful, but you have some audience, right?
Yeah, we were lucky enough to have some of the audience. So interestingly enough, we designed our festival online first. So that meant that if we were stuck in a very much in a lockdown, that we could run the festival with the design as we set out. The design as we set out, but we left this kind of small space to bring in people, audience members for the conversation. So that was quite special to make it work. I must say, like the day that we took down the exhibition, because we could run a small exhibition on time slots and on very heavy COVID regulation, but the day that we closed the exhibition was actually half hour later. The city of Amsterdam imposed new COVID rules, which made some parts of the festival practically impossible. So it is a kind of a new reality of also closely monitoring these kind of political and governmental decisions and finding spaces where you could do stuff and where you can't do stuff.
Yeah, it really makes you focus on the question of on the sustainability. Like COVID made us all like think thoroughly about how sustainable are the decisions we make now. Do we really want to invest this money, resource, human capacity, creativity in this fragile thing which might be functional just for a day or which might just not work at all because of its lack of resilience in terms of crisis, possible crises. So, crisis.
I think we probably wrangled with these questions before already, and then COVID just forced us to actually do something about it and to come up with new ways of doing things. And it's quite interesting what I like about your approach, that you also felt the need to create a sense of space, right? So that the festival manifests not just kind of in a Zoom or whatever platform you want to choose, browser window. Even though that is the way people, most of the audience will experience it, there is still a sense of place. You still create a space where kind of like these things start to manifest and a few people come together, which is exactly what we try to do with NODE here. And I do feel that this makes a difference. Because obviously, doing this, the studio setup, which is, requires a lot of extra work, a lot of money, et cetera, and more than once you come to the point where you question these intentions and ideas. But then again, I do feel, and especially now, like after having kind of worked out of this space for a few days, I feel it really does make a difference and people appreciate it out there. So, yeah, and I don't know, maybe you can talk a little bit about kind of your thinking and how you approached setting up this space, grounding it somewhere in a venue.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up this kind of need for having a physical audience there, because this has been quite of a debate within our team also. The moment that we found out that we had to move from May to September, because the government was imposing a kind of a as they called it in the Netherlands, the intelligent lockdown. It was a lockdown, but not so rigid as in other countries. But still, we were not allowed to run a festival as we would like to. And there was this discussion to fully move online or to halfly move online to make it hybrid. And I think what we always wanted is this kind of this physical experience of people being together in a space and exchanging ideas and looking at each other in the eyes to keep that in the program. So we thought it was a very important way. The festival focuses as a meeting space. And back then when you decided in May how to do it, also there wasn't any idea of whether we would even be allowed to be together. So if we would manage to pull this off, it would provide a lot of value for people to be with us. That was kind of a starting point. And the other thing is that we thought it would be nice to really research this kind of in-between. Is how far can we go with having an audience and having remote speakers in our space, but they are maybe not on a screen exactly the same as you are doing, but they are somewhere in the middle of kind of the big traditional presentation screen and the audience and the table, to kind of bring it all together, to mix it, see if we could make it more like a TV studio, but then also in having the audience more as an active role. So we also had a lot of questions from our audience to not have them as a very inactive an active participant sitting there as if you see in a studio space, but also bring in questions from their side and to see how that kind of experiment works if you bring those things together. And some things work really well, others are strangely enough not working, but it's all kind of like trial and error, I think, at this moment.
I think it would be really interesting also to do this evaluation together, no? I mean, also here, our setup was designed basically, or the whole idea was designed basically by David Bröhl, who is the co-festival director, no? And he was very much pushing into, we have to find these moments of exchange, no? Because we were scared to lose them, because this is a community event, no? And this is so... Yeah. It's actually the whole reason we don't have the big fundings. We don't have the big. We do have fundings. Thank you very much, partners. But we don't have the huge fundings. You know, that's why we say, well, we're going to do this anyways. But it's actually a community event, which especially also David is pushing in this context. And so is this where the bottlenecks now, where to get people together and in which formats, and how this is moderated, and how do we keep track of our community, and how do we keep the connection, even though it's now more than a year. You're doing this every year at least. We are really like getting, or almost like you have some, but like we have this now 3 years in the back that we didn't do it, and then it was really like a huge bummer to say like, oh, we can't meet this amazing community, and this is the whole reason we do this.
Yeah, but then there's the community aspect of it, which will there's a huge overlap in kind of the Node community and the Fiber community, which is why you rightly pointed out that probably a lot of people watching right now are familiar with Fiber. But then there's also this urge that we feel to reach a broader audience, because we feel that our topics are relevant to a broader audience. And how do you reach a broader audience? How do you reach anybody when you're suddenly competing with Netflix, with Facebook, or with virtually any content that happens online that you can tune into? Suddenly it became a real challenge that we didn't have before, when you have people on site, Right. They came to the festival, they stick around for the festival. But when essentially the next thing is only a browser tap away, how do you keep people engaged? Any takeaways from you about how that worked or didn't work?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have one answer, but I think we did a lot of experiments which worked out great in the end, of providing different types of content. Where, for instance, on Netflix you would watch a film, but if at our festival you could watch a selection of short films, but simultaneously still meet people in this new way, virtual way, but also tap into a conversation in a session. There's kind of this whole world that you bring online, and I think that's still the power of what we do as festivals, that we bring this kind of umbrella things in a sort of conversation setting. And I think actually making this almost half TV show, a lot of our team members also thought well, this is actually the TV we would also really like to see, but that we don't see normally. So it's also interesting that you're trying to make something that you also miss within this kind of offer that already is out there. But I think a lot of things that we learned is that, and what I think also Node is doing really well, is that this kind of different spaces where people could meet, or where there's a presentation of something, or where the community is able to get together. And these are things that we have to kind of focus on and redevelop, because this is actually also what our festivals have been doing. We have been bringing together a community of people and learning again from that community, and then with those experiences providing a better space for them to do their work, to meet. And I think this is still ongoing in the things that we're doing now.
At this moment, a little shout out to David again, and to Johannes Scherk and to Marie Trabant, who are running these spaces here.
Yeah.
Just as a side note.
It looks so easy on the internet.
I also thank our team of Jarno Berger and Tanja Busking and Jörg Mulder, and a whole team of more people, but who have been putting this together in such a short time frame. And I really wanted to do this because I think also with the pandemic coming in, everybody started looking at their work. Like, do I still have work? Are there other things that are happening? And I thought it was really important just to say to everybody, like, okay, we don't know what it's going to be. We have this kind of vision. We put it to paper. And then everybody just really jumped in and made it happen. And that's, of course, things that you really want to work with each other and also support each other to create this work together. So, yeah, I think I'm super happy with what we achieved.
I think so, too. Do you think...
Yeah, I have one other question. I have one question to Janne, actually. I hope I'm not... Yeah, actually, I'm so curious now that we had this conversation about the social dynamics here. Like, you have been kind of the red thread through it all. How was it on your end? Did you feel like connected with an online audience, as you have been in constant sort of conversation with people? How was that, like looking at a camera instead of an audience for you?
I think the connection that you actually have is with the speaker's corner. So I don't know if you actually had this on Fiber or if you were following it in Node. I always stress this little corner, but I feel because they're the people, they can come in and they actually have a voice and they can comment on what just happened. So that's really a connection. Otherwise, there is a speculative audience, which I hope.
And there's Jeremy, of course.
And there's Jeremy.
There's Jeremy. Actually, because I felt like the fact that there were you and Jeremy was very much also giving me a connection to what's happening in this square.
Yeah, there's also interesting that you bring up the readers, not the readers' corner, the speakers' corner, which is kind of like the lounge area, where kind of like once a panel is over, the conversation spills over there, which is something that I was skeptical about in the beginning, because I was like, you know, if you have people participating in a panel for 90 minutes, you know, what is the likeliness that they still want to be chatting after those 90 minutes? They probably want to take a break. But what happened? And what was interesting to see is that a lot of interesting conversations actually did happen in the speaker's corner, in that lounge area, and people stuck around. And sometimes I almost feel like the more interesting parts of the conversation happened over there instead of the panel. So.
Because it's also more intimate, no? I think the question
it is more informal, more intimate,
intimacy.
and other people can join in. Have you had anything like this at Fiber? Did you experiment with bringing in online audiences into kind of like an informal conversational setting, post-panel, post-talks?
Yeah, well, we had, because we had 30 people audiences, maximum 30 people in our audience, we had this kind of physical moment where we always had this kind of after talk at each session, which was quite informal, I must say, but great actually. And we tried to set up also this meeting spaces within the festival, but organizing it in the right way and doing the production very well almost took all of our time. So we decided to experience this first, and then next year bring in more of the kind of community workshops and meeting spaces. We did 2 workshops, one outside with a maximum of 30 people and one online for which took 3 hours, which was also a huge success actually. But apart from that, we only had like matchmaking events, which brought together 2 people from the festival meeting each other. But like the speaker corner was on our list for a long time, but we decided to not do everything at once. And also, I think what I've learned now also, and the whole team has learned that we're not done with this situation yet. So some of the things need a bit more time and don't need to be implemented directly.
Again, so prototyping festivals right now, huh?
Yes, exactly, yeah. So we did experiment with it, but I think it happened more with us in a physical level, although we had 2 chat stream moderators who were in a lot of touch with our audience, like answering questions, putting questions to the table so they can be addressed. So we managed that whole part within the chat festival, which was connected to the sessions. But also other conversations started there. But separately, we have to still work on that.
Yeah. Is there... Go ahead.
I have another one. Because we have only 7 minutes left, I saw. I was thinking, because we originally, when we saw our topics overlap, we wanted to have this conversation and thought, oh, it's so great, then we can start the conversation over here, there, and then we follow up over here in Frankfurt. And now, again, we only talk about the format because this is like the challenging, mind-blowing thing. But still, I'm still so curious, like, is there any summary of like the conversation you feel like you'd like to share, which we can maybe on our last 1.5 days draw from and then refer
that's
to?
That's a good one. We tapped, just like you tapped on so many different topics, which are also quite challenging. So the role of the technology within the ecological crisis, our extractivist culture, the whole Western nature-culture divide, which puts us in this place within huge crises. That's a big question. But what I think, what I can share with you is that we have a lot of overlapping conversations, and also some of the speakers were in both festivals. Although they address different things, we have clear links. And I would say that on this topic of like where we find ourselves in the crisis of the imagination, crisis of ecology, a crisis of social connections, a crisis in tech, I think what we are both trying to do is create spaces where we can actually start to build our own kind of answer to these challenges. And I think what I would like to do in our festival now, and also maybe in collaboration with you and what you will be doing also, is to really create spaces where we can start working on those topics. The talking is very important, but also I think we should move into the making and into to start bringing together our community. So I would think for me an outcome of our festival is that we started so many great conversations, and we have so many new speakers that are closer to us now. Is that we can actually start making with them and start continuing the conversations. That's maybe what I would like to add.
Thank you. This is the perfect plug for the Second Nature Lab, because we faced similar questions. Obviously, NODE being NODE, a place for experimentation, for getting your hands dirty, etc., etc. It felt weird to only approach this topic on a discursive level in conversation. That is a good starting point, right? But then what comes next? The making. So we decided to, after the conversations are done with the festival, we move into practice and have selected speakers that will work with the audience, with people over the course of several weeks and months on ideas, on prototypes, on possible solutions.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think we align very much on that. We did one lab called Cartographies of the Vanishing Now, which started out as to ask like, what is the role of sensory art within the whole challenge of climate change? Like, what can we as artists, designers add to the challenges that we face? And the festival kind of comes out of that lab also, which run for 5 days and then a few extra days of regrouping and seeing what the outcomes are. And we are also going to run several labs starting next year, but also maybe doing some smaller workshops at the end of this year to really move into that other space of making and thinking, to combine those two.
Excellent. There's one final note that yes, exactly. If we do have another minute, I think, and this is something that we didn't get to implement on a meaningful level other than having this conversation, but it was wonderful to talk to you in advance of the festival and just explore ideas of how festivals can actually collaborate, especially when they happen online, especially when there are communities that overlap and when there are topics that intersect. And this is something that I take away from doing a festival this year, that building bridges to other cultural producers, to other festivals, to other communities is really important in the interest of sustainability, that maybe festivals can start working together more closely in the future.
Yeah, I completely agree with it. Also because every time you invest with time, money, people's own private lives that they bring and just put into making a festival happen, and then within kind of maybe not, I would not say the old festival model, but like the stuff that we've been doing before.
before
we
the
also quite quickly moved on to kind of the new topic and the new festival. And now it feels that we should really work on what comes out of the festival, the conversation that started, the things that have been made, the experience that we're doing, because we do have to take better care of what we bring together and what we build. And I think we can only benefit from it as a festival, but also being there for your community or being there for your team.
That's good last words. Being there for your team.
No. Do we have more time, or are we out of time? Because
we are out of time because we don't have the clock. What's with the time?
Taking care of team.
Yeah.
I think the team mentioned a couple of minutes ago that we have only 2 minutes left. So
I guess we have to wrap it here.
Do we have to wrap it?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks,
Jarl.
Jarl, it was good to see you.
Could you have you all around us?
Yeah, that I cannot see, but please send me the images. I would be happy to see
Wait a
it.
second, I want to make a photo of this.
Oh, not anymore.
Can I? I have this other 10 seconds. You get a photo of this and this.
But yeah, let's regroup, and because I think also your whole idea of the footprint of a festival is still something that we are only starting to work on.
Same.
So great.
Let's continue.
Yeah, you could come to the speakers corner as well. Just saying.
See you over there. See you on the other side.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Perfect.
Thank you. Now.
See you there. And now next up will be, I told you
NODE
already,
Institute.
but NODE Institute with David Brüll, and we will leave the stage. David Brüll.
Yay!
Yeah. Welcome back. Yeah, thanks for also having a slot for our little session here. I'm here together with Stefan Kraus on my left-hand side, Christine Meyerhofer on my right-hand side, and remotely connected, I don't know if we can see that already, we have Jorek, VVVV developer, Wieland Hilker, aka Jonas Schmidt, aka Alpha Moonbase, member of our little Node Institute that we are talking about today, and also Carlos Serrano. Carlos and Wieland are sitting upstairs in the director's booth, basically working hard for us here. And then we have connected, I think from Canada, we have Markus Heckmann, Technical Director of Touch Designer. And how this all, why we're sitting here all together is because we wanted to tell a little bit of insights about the Node Institute and have a little conversation about challenges in education, in times of crisis on the one hand side, but also like a little give an overview of the journey we've been through over the last couple of months. Christine Meyerhofer, one word to you, digital artist, creative producer, and I wrote down experienced teacher for creative coding at the University of Applied Science in Mainz and Darmstadt. So she's here as one community pusher in a sense, and also a very well educator. And we're curious to hear about you as well. But before we hand over and tell also the story about how we met Stefan from the Touch Designer world, somehow, joining Node and the VVV world, and how this is, coming together as one institute now. I want to give a little overview, and I hope there we can see you now here in the studio. That's hello, Canada. Hello, can you hear us? Yeah, they're waving. I cannot hear anybody of you yet in my ear. Yeah, okay, I can hear you also. So welcome everybody to this little round. I think now we're all set. Maybe we can have my screen for a second to give you a little run through. Thank you. So the Node Institute, what has happened? I mean, probably a few and hopefully many already reckoned that there's something, something happening with that's called the Node Institute. And the journey about the Node Institute is basically that, after like making so many festivals and, providing and giving all this energy to create, I'm getting a little, thank you.
Klappe zu.
After doing so many festivals, where we had, I think, 50 workshops in 1 week, providing this space and creating these environments with a lot of energy, with a lot of people. After many conversations, we talked about how important it gets to have something that sustains over the year in between the festivals. And this idea was going around and around. And then I moved to Berlin 2 years ago, and I met this guy, Stefan Kraus. And then we were thinking about this together because he brought in deeper knowledge of the community of Touch Designer. And then we figured there's this need there as well. And then we basically decided to start to look, first of all, for a space where we can have meetups and workshops, and start, teaching and talk about it. And we did so. So this is how we found our little space in Berlin. And this is how it looks now. So we have an office space and also a workshop space in the front on the left-hand side. And what we do there, or what we did there, we started this, I think last year in July. Mm-hmm. In July, we basically started with, inviting people. Had some, first one picture from the outside. We do it bold, Of course, this is a little montage here. But on the inside, it's super cozy, and this is how it looks. Like we meet, we have meetups. We had a couple of VVV meetups there. We had Touch Designer roundtables, and starting to bring together the community of visual programmers and digital media design scene in Berlin. And running through these images gives a taste. We do this weekly or twice a week around that, and started to host workshops, and there has been a series of, I can't really remember, but maybe 20, 25 workshops within our own space. And then, for instance, we had pretty much a year ago in October last year, we started to prepare for this year's Node, basically, from a perspective how we're going to teach this new VVV Gamma. And what we did was a mini conference, and we invited educators from around the scene, and we met, and yeah, we basically started talking how we're going to teach a new visual programming environment, and an outcome is this repository that you're very much invited to look up, and it was a starting point to, yeah, understand how we're going to teach everything. Yeah, and then COVID-19 basically hit us, and this is the moment where we realized, maybe we should do this also online, and I think here, should we change?
Yeah, we changed places. Yeah, I was hoping you'd let me say that sentence, and
no,
then
no,
COVID happened.
No, of course not.
Well, but actually it happened, and obviously it was a bit like a punch in the face, right? So we're just really happy getting the community in the space, getting to know the people, having people just seeking us out. Oh, I hear this is about nodes. And after a week of being paralyzed, we thought, well, we can do the obvious thing. We can make a website, which we hadn't managed to that point. And so we started into website building, which we don't like very much. And this is how it looks. It obviously says pre-release on it, because we're not completely happy with it yet. But it gave us the possibility to continue teaching. So in a very short time, we hacked together an online course system that allowed us to host workshops, meetings, and so on online. And obviously, it kind of breaks our heart that we can't meet the people in person anymore, because I personally found that super nice. And we really hope that it will happen again. But also, it turns out there is not only disadvantage, because if you do online courses, suddenly the people that, let's say, from South America, who were very interested, and they were always like, wow, this sounds so cool, but I'm in Argentina and you're in Berlin, and I'm not going to fly over for a workshop, luckily, as we learned. So suddenly, we can open our education program to all these people in the remote corners of the world. And that was a very nice trip for us. I think we experienced it on the V4 side, which has a very global community. We experienced that on the touch designer side, which is spread out all over the world. What we also experience, I mean, we have a reach now as far as the internet, but you can also quite tell there's like black holes in that. So while we have lots of users from the United States, we have users from Asia, from different countries, from Russia, all over Europe. But obviously, we didn't, not obviously, but we maybe had like 1 or 2 people from the whole continent of Africa. And that is something that makes us a bit concerned, and that is something where we also want to become active. And another thought that we had is, well, we want to get new people into visual programming, because we think it's the prime way to deal with this design on the one hand, programming on the other hand, which will be very important in the future. But we also wanted to create a pathway for professionals, so that education doesn't stop at university. New stuff is coming up constantly. And this is like the 2 things that we kind of want to cater. We want to get people from the outside into this world, and we want to educate them to become professionals. And once they are professionals, then we want to continue to support them with education, with tools, and so on. So basically for us, this, you could say, is a very interesting situation, because suddenly, for me, it feels like we're on the same playground as the universities. And that's maybe something where I want to ask your experience, because what I learned from the university last semester, everything was different, right? No more presence, most of the stuff had to move online. Interesting for us, because suddenly you're playing in the same playground. But how did you experience that, Christine?
Yeah, I did my course. Like, I was teaching before, and I did it online, and it was fine, actually. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed seeing the kids' faces. But like, okay, sure, we didn't do like an LED workshop, like something practical. We were going more into motion graphics, stuff like that. We didn't use a Kinect. Yeah, so stuff, yeah. But I think the teaching itself was okay. Yeah, people enjoyed it. And enjoy as well, like students can share their screen and they cannot help their neighbor anymore, but like if I help somebody sharing his screen, everybody can see and often they have the same problem. So it's good and bad things about it.
Mm. But how do you think, if this stays like that, right? We experienced there's a lot of stuff that works online. I mean, sometimes even better in some things. But let's say Kinect, let's say projection mapping. I mean, there we run into problems, right? If you want to work with students with a Kinect remote, somehow either all of them have one or you create a very unjust situation. Do you have any plans to, get another foot back in the real world, maybe try out hybrid formats? Is there a vision in the university how to deal with this, especially with this access to technology?
Yeah.
Or
I don't know. Like, I'm not planning that it's gonna stay like this. I mean, at the end of the semester, it was like that the students could go in the lab. So you could make hardware, rent it out, people pick it up and use it at home, stuff like this. So, yeah, this semester we would have to find new solutions to get more hands-on hardware again.
So for now, you're focusing basically on the stuff that can take place in screen. And you told me beforehand you're switching to Gamma now, teaching. Did the courses that we do in the NODE Institute, basically, what we did since COVID, I think it was also 25 online courses. I saw you once when I was there. Was this somehow a preparation for also the work in the university for yourself? And did you already do it, like the teaching Gamma, except now here in the festival in the university?
Like the last semester I was teaching just VVVV, like beta, and I taught them VL as well, but they were beginners, and like to show them both of those languages, it was confusing them. So because they were not good in the first one, and then the other one was like all the habits, all the clicks were so different. So my plan was for the next semester just make Gamma, especially now when like the 3D engine is in it. So there are not so many reasons more to stay with beta. So I would go completely to Gamma. Yeah. And I've seen. Yeah, I like Gamma a lot now. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I'm sure some people will be very happy to hear about that, and I know one person will be very happy about that. But yeah, maybe I want to ask Markus Heckmann. He's technical director of Derivative, who's producing Touch Designer, another node-based programming system. I would say the other node-based programming system. And I've met Markus actually through the internet way before it was hip. But also we met in person, luckily, and we still keep in contact. So hey, Markus, how's Toronto?
Nice and sunny.
Nice.
That's,
can you maybe say how you from the derivative perspectives look at education for node-based programming, or maybe even node-based thinking?
I guess the node-based thinking approach is one of breaking down barriers to technology. Like you have easier access to certain things that otherwise you would have to first learn how to code, and then you get a quicker results with nodes, essentially, because part of it's already programmed for you. So what we're trying to teach initially would be fluency and comprehension of Touch Designer in a way, and an ability to abstract problems and perhaps rephrase them in a way that are specific to our platform, to Touch Designer. And from that point on, I guess it becomes more of like a technique. Everything becomes technique. You just need to know how You don't necessarily have to think about the, it becomes more natural, it becomes a bit like a language that we just speak. You know a tool intricately, you know the capabilities, you know the limits, and you find ways to express yourself through this. So it becomes a really natural thing that you do. So this is our first step that we try to teach. And the community comes in right there, basically, where they find that they're better didactically, perhaps. They have better concepts in that way, where our teaching is not optimal, because maybe compare this with being German being my mother tongue, but trying to teach my partner Sherry for the last 12 years German has only resulted in her taking lessons at the Goethe Institute, so it has failed. Hence, the community often can actually explain concepts much better than we do. And secondly, there's also the applied practice that the community has. What they're doing is so diverse that it far eclipses basically our capabilities, what we do while developing it. And that knowledge transfer is really important, something that we cannot provide ourselves. That's literally the community is our backbone of education there. And that always happened. And now is this pandemic thing, it kind of unlocked a total dump of knowledge with online workshops and video tutorials, meetups like yourself that suddenly had a worldwide reach. There were little festivals popping up, performances that are online. There was an esports event where people were doing touch designer and notch coding, and were being like judged basically on their capabilities. So people are adapting to this situation in their own ways. And the other thing that I found interesting too is that people also found ways of, bad word, but they're kind of monetizing on that as well. Like a lot of people have Patreon on their education material, so people also are happy to support others in that. Generally, going forward, for us, or for me personally, I don't see this currently, the situation as a pause that we might unpause and everything just goes back. It's always developing, and those shifts, they can be perhaps an incitement for rearranging priorities, or maybe a change in personal behavior or behavior of a company. But always we have to think about this being a sustained impact. Like we cannot just do something and then go back to old ways. So while we're putting an effort into promoting current community initiatives, for us it's very important to actively look at how people teach touch designer and what they teach. We have to improve, or we're trying to find ways to improve our communications with educators so that we actually can act on their experiences. And we also are trying to improve access to educational materials for students as well as educators. So that people can learn from another, educators as well can look at outlines for their material. And perhaps the most important point for me is we have to work harder to create ties between educators and the local community. Jetting around the world, I don't think that's necessarily going to come back, and perhaps that's for the better. So more important is that we, like often you find people, they didn't even know that they're in the same city. And we need to connect people with schools and to have still this in-person experience, because that's, I find invaluable. Our experiences with streaming, the technical difficulties and the social implications are not ideal. I don't think you can equate that with this in-person experience. So for me, this is a really important one. We need to bring these communities together on a local level.
Thank you, Marcus, for that. That was the derivative perspective, which is obviously a very global perspective. And we have right next to Marcus, we have sitting Jorek, who's sailing the other big node ship. And what do you think about the situation? Do you see it rather positive or negative, or what's your view?
So I have to say I was really surprised by how well this works. When we started the Node Institute, the first workshops in Berlin, we were very careful and tried to get a lot of people in from all over Europe, and people flew in and drove in with the train just for a day of workshop. And then this thing happened and we moved online, and I was rather skeptic that this would scale online. And I remember we started very slowly. We said, no, we don't take more than like 10 people in a Zoom call because it will be too chaotic probably, and you can't talk, and people will talk at the same time, and you will not be able to get anything across. And then the opposite happened. And it's the same thing now. Here at the festival, we have like up to, I would say, like 50 people in a room. And the dynamic is always the same. Like there are usually like 3, 4, 5 people talking, asking questions. And everyone is very disciplined and very concentrated. And there is no cross-talking happening at all. And there is a lot of asking in the chat. And so it works really well, this thing. And I think especially for the content we teach, which is like coding and visual coding, where it's all about sharing the screen and looking at the screen together. I think we, as an industry, somehow really benefit from this. And I also don't see this going back anytime soon. Doesn't make sense. The only thing we're missing is having beers afterwards together and hanging out in a more casual way. But obviously, everyone still has their local communities and everyone is still traveling. But you wouldn't only travel for giving or joining a workshop. That shouldn't be necessary anymore.
Yeah, I can add to this. I personally also see that not only within the Institute, but also as the festival, I don't think that in the future we can be able to not provide online access to an experience like a teaching and learning environment. And this is also a challenge to design spaces that enable us to do so, to meet locally and digitally connected. So the idea of the hybrid event that we also set up here, this is more an experimental setup, but I think we learn over the curve and have to adapt somehow. And there's 2 more person here connected, and I would like to ask maybe Carlos. I met Carlos while teaching, and we met in Berlin, and I think from your perspective, you started teaching. Carlos is a member of the Node Institute and instructor, and he started to do courses. And I think your teaching experience is basically COVID times only. So what did you do and how do you feel about it?
Hello, David. Thank you. So one of the things that got me started with this was whenever I started with visual programming, the main problem for me was the leak of information in my language. As you know, I'm from Colombia, so my mother tongue is Spanish. And one of the things that got me into the Node Institute was to connect to the Spanish-speaking community and also take this knowledge and all these tools to teach them and get them information on how can they integrate the visual programming languages as their daily pipeline to create their own content. So one of the most important part for me is to give them some access to this information and to let them know that we are here in the NODE Institute to help them with these kind of situations. Also, one of the most important part for me is not to follow recipes, because online we have a lot of video tutorials and everything, but it's more like getting the foundation of the visual programming languages. So in that way you can take these languages as your daily pipeline to create your own content, artwork, pieces, design, interaction experiences, and everything else.
So who took part in the webinars you gave? Was it the people from Colombia, or was it?
Yeah, so there were some people from Colombia, also some students here from Berlin, but also we're working right now on translating these workshops to Spanish, so that way we can expand our knowledge worldwide and also connect directly into these Spanish-speaking communities, so they can have access to all this content that we have together in the institute.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, language, we all speak here English, but obviously the world is not only made up of English speakers. So one of our next challenges is going to be addressing Spanish, addressing Chinese, maybe addressing French, or if there's any other languages that want to be addressed, please get in touch with us. But we should also ask our last guest, Wieland Tilka, aka Jonas Schmidt, aka The Talking Countdown, aka Alpha Moonbase, the man with more names than hair on his head. Wieland.
Oh, that's definitely quite a lot. Yeah, I can hear myself, so I'm going to remove my headphones, but still continue speaking. So I joined the NODE Institute beginning of this year after working in an opera house, so basically in the field of stage technician being thingy. And the situation for me, which differs, I think, from a lot of people working in our field and in this design, mainly design environment, is that I don't have a academic background. So I never finished any studies. I don't have a bachelor's degree or something. I'm just a good old handyman, basically, but I always work or am interested in ways like this. So having a way of having a platform to bring my knowledge I have from experience in the field and not just based on a theoretical way to the community, and having the academic background from David and from Stefan, for example, and also from Carlos, to help me to bring my knowledge to other people, because sometimes I have problems in trying to communicate what I want to say, because I have the feeling it's clear when you've seen it often enough, and having someone in the background and supporting you is definitely a great help of at the NODE Institute. So I'm super happy to be able to be an instructor there and not having to tackle this alone. And yeah, so that's also a call now from me to everyone outside of not already an instructor to contact the NODE Institute, to contact us, because we are also looking always for people who are wanting to have a platform to bring out and teach the other members of the community without being somewhere in on YouTube or on GitHub or on Vimeo, and maybe some workshops here and there, but trying to be a centralized platform and also an organized platform which is curated. So this one goes out to all of you, basically.
Well, thank you, Wieland. We couldn't have said it much better. I think we're We're short on time, but coming from the regie, I think we can take the privilege to overdraw a tiny bit. Maybe one thing that has been addressed, and maybe that's also something important to say, I feel, obviously there's some free stuff at the NODE Institute, but also there's some stuff where we charge money, and some people might find that weird, but I think if you regard it under the way that these courses, to make them, it's a lot of work. And we want really qualified people to be able to do that work like the universities do. And there's only one way. You need to give them the time to do the work, and that only works through payment. And like Wieland said, there's, like also Marcos and said, there's lots of people who go to Patreon, which is a great model, but everybody's on their own. And what we try to create a platform where we can actually unite and where we can be strong together, and where the students support the teachers support the students, the community supports the community, and we feel like we can create a win-win situation there.
Absolutely. I think this is something very important also regarding the festival, how the festival works. I mean, everybody who is contributing to the festival here, they're doing this basically on a voluntary basis because they love the community. And this is a chance to, you know, to get back and to revenue your own time you spent when you have to make a living from it. And this is what we also want to provide here. And yeah, I'm super curious what the future brings in these regards. And I'm from our side, we can also like yeah, take Wieland's words and invite everybody to join us in Berlin. If you happen to be in Berlin, just come by, drop us a line.
If you happen to be in Berlin,
and online, of course, as well. And you're gonna hear from us, pretty sure. And yeah, I think let's wrap it. Let's wrap it.
Christine, thank you very much for joining us here and to bring in the real academic perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
Down here to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jorek, Markus, Wieland, Carlos, thanks for joining, and see you in a bit.
Looking forward to your next workshops.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I have the great honor to welcome you tonight to the panel Making Kin Resilience Through Multi-Species Care and Coexistence. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm Anna Nowak, and I'm a curator based in Hamburg. And I recently curated the exhibition with the same title, Making Kin. That's why I'm here and doing the moderation. Making Kin, what does it mean? The phrase is a maxim coined by the philosopher and cyborg feminist Donna Haraway, and she wrote the book Staying with the Troubles. Her ideas and critical framework are ground-shifting and life-changing. She forces us to consider how we can reach out and connect with other species. In short, our panel tonight is about species diversity. And I would like to introduce you shortly Ellie Irons, Andrea Hengy, and Christopher Lee Kennedy. Thank you. I see you already. Can you see me? All right. Ellie Irons is an artist, educator based in Brooklyn and Troy, New York. She works in a variety of media, from walks to Wi-Fi to gardening, to reveal how human and non-human lives intertwine with other Earth systems. Andrea Hengy is an interdisciplinary artist breathing and working in Brooklyn, New York, calling on plants as her guides, teachers, mentors, and performers. Her dance and eco-social art practice creates a new type of theater which explores plant-human relations to look into the cracks of urban ecology, feminism, body politics, migration, labor, and care. And hello to Christopher Lee Kennedy. Christopher is based in New York, and he is an artist, designer, and educator with a background in environmental engineering. He creates site-specific projects, and especially the notion of nature interests him. So you are part of the collective Environmental Performance Agency, and I would like to hear from you your presentation.
Okay, I'm going to start. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Thank you so much to the NODE team for convening this panel. I'm Ellie. I'm an agent of the Environmental Performance Agency, and I'm coming to you from Mohican Land in Troy, New York. I'll give you a brief introduction to our collective before handing it over to agents Andrea Hengy, Mugwort, and Christopher Kennedy. We co-founded the EPA in 2017 at this site in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, in the wake of the 2016 presidential election in the United States. Here on the site of a former auto body shop, we engaged with a vibrant urban weeds garden, researching strategies for learning with and from spontaneous urban plants, framing them as our mentors and guides in weedy resistance. We came from a range of backgrounds: design, choreography, environmental engineering, the sidewalk cracks, and we named ourselves in response to the proposed defunding of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. In 2018, we went to Washington, D.C. to nominate our weedy collaborator, Mugwort, to the EPA's Science Advisory Board. This is documented in this video of our press conference and planting, which I'll play.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for the campaign kickoff to nominate Mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, for the United States Environmental Protection Agency's Science Advisory Board. The Environmental Performance Agency's Department of Media Affairs officially kicks off its 2018 campaign with a nomination of Mugwort to the US EPA Science Advisory Board. Mugwort and its Department of Media Affairs colleagues will make a public presentation, including the delivery of comments collected from Mugwort's constituency. As an experienced rhizome biologist, Mugwort has a multi-pronged root system that can address a range of regulatory rollbacks at the US EPA. Mugwort has a proven record for fighting and not giving up, and will go deep to find new territories and new perspectives for the challenges facing the US EPA right now. For US EPA Advisory Board, Mugwort stands in solidarity on behalf of all life to imagine a world beyond human.
Rhizomes continued good health. More recently, we facilitated a training on acute air pollution in industrial Brooklyn and its environmental justice implications for both plants and people. We trained new EPA agents to wash plants near a cement factory in Bushwick, Brooklyn. The exhibition also included a score or set of instructions for physically confronting the 70-plus rollbacks to environmental regulations that had taken place under the Trump administration by May 2019. Engaging with environmental policy is an important aspect of our work. Our On Behalf of Life platform is a web project and workshop series that encourages folks to submit public comments to the US EPA on behalf of another life form. Comments are drafted after engaging with local plants to consider how human and non-human bodies will be affected by the policy change. The comments are submitted to a government website, regulations.gov, and there they become part of the public record. This kind of workshop gathering, like you see here, building intimacy and solidarity between plants and people, has of course not been possible in recent months, so we've adapted our approach, and Chris will talk about that shortly. But before that, we'll have a brief interlude from Andrea and Mugwort. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess it's switching right away. Hello, Mugwort, and I, Andrea, come from Lenape-Hokeland, Brooklyn. And Mugwort persists to be with us in this conversation. Mugwort invites us for a micro-drama love affair with the atmosphere. So all of you who are watching right now, you are actually invited to participate. We invite you to close your eyes. Bring awareness to your hands. Raise your hands and bring them in front of your face. Notice what happened. Flutter your hands back and forth in front of your face. Move your hand, flutter them back and forth in front of your face. What do you notice? What do you hear? Now change speed. Make it the gesture bigger, all around your body. Who else in the room would enjoy your wind turbulence? How about you share it with them as well? What particles in the air move with you? Bring it to a rest. We invite 10 seconds silence and see what sensation will arise in us and around us. Thanks for participating. Let the light come back into your eyes. And I'm handing it over to Crystal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Artemisia and Andrea, for bringing us back to the body. My name is Chris Kennedy, an EPA agent, and I'm broadcasting here from the Lenape lands in Brooklyn, New York. Now, after 4 years of working together as EPA agents, we continue to think of new ways to push our eco-social and embodied approach to art and climate activism, and also to look to new ways to include a diversity of voices, both human and non-human, in our work. Good. Sorry, y'all. Just trying to advance here.
Try tapping on the image. That worked for me, but arrow keys.
For some reason, it's just not letting me do it. Okay. Now, it's important to know that, especially this is true when it comes to politics and policy, in an American context, an assault on some of the most basic protections we have to ensure clean air, water, and land is still active and ongoing. Since 2016, there have been over 100 rollbacks to federal environmental policy here in the United States, and this continues to be something that our practice is actively responding to. In 2019, we began to collectively imagine what would it mean to seriously develop a collection of environmental policies that would resist the tendency to center humans rather than other life forms? What would it mean to actively listen to plants, to the weeds, life on the margins? What would a truly multi-species policy be? And how do we create an interface to involve others in this process? Some of our initial planning began here at the Winter Workspace Residency at Wave Hill in the Bronx, where we began to work with the public, using the idea of a survey as a platform to begin gathering data, to engage in fieldwork, and to ask new questions. Now, inspired by these engagements, we launched what we're calling the Multi-Species Care Survey in 2020. The survey is a public engagement initiative that aims to gather as much data as we can to think through some of the larger questions of multi-species care and solidarity, especially in a time of extinction, and also to begin drafting a new piece of policy that we call the Multi-Species Act, a policy that would respond to flawed or incomplete environmental policies that center humans. What would it mean to give plants rights, but also to go beyond human rights and personhood status, but to imagine something different altogether, drawing from the wisdom of other organisms, especially those on the margins. Now, the survey provides a container and a meeting point, an opportunity to think through this, but also to engage in what we call local human care practices, to literally bring us down to the soil in the space of other organisms through touch and connection. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we reimagined the project as a web platform that offers a series of protocols or prompts, simple instructions for noticing and engaging multi-species communities through the safety of our window while social distancing. Now, visitors to the site can browse protocols developed for each season and participate directly through the site, uploading videos, images, and sounds. This becomes a living archive and a set of data for us to work with in developing a multi-species act. Think about it, what it would look like and feel like. And in each engagement are embodied in somatic practice with plants becomes an opportunity to not only reconnect, but also to confront our own limitations and assumptions about nature, to become vulnerable, to be messy, to be intimate, and then to take action. Each protocol is actually paired with a tangible action the user could use in their own community. Now, for the NODE Festival, we are developing 4 new protocols focused on informal green spaces, things like tree pits or sidewalk cracks, exploring how relationships of care and control play out in the streets. What do the spontaneous plants, the weeds in your community know, and how can we learn to listen to them? The first protocol is called Soil Wondercomer, and it asks participants to observe 2 tree pits in their community and to compare and contrast what they're seeing in each instance. Now, this becomes an invitation to address and investigate how land use, management, and maintenance policies at the state and city level actually impact questions around multi-species solidarity and eco-social justice throughout the world. The next protocol will ask you to go a little bit deeper and to then identify a local land use policy that determines what happens in these informal spaces. In places like New York, it's actually illegal to have weeds or spontaneous plants over the 6 inches in any public or private space. The city deems them as noxious nuisances, despite a wealth of benefits these plants provide, including stormwater retention, carbon sequestration, wildlife habitat, food, medicine, temperature reduction, and more. And in the US, it's estimated that 20% of land in cities is considered vacant, right? Most of these places are controlled intensely and sprayed with toxic herbicides. What would it mean to rethink these data policies? Now, the first protocol is actually up on our website right now at multispecies.care, and we invite you to join us in participating. Thanks so much to the festival organizers. We hope you have a great evening, and hopefully we'll see you out in the streets real soon.
All right, thank you so much. Mary Maggic unfortunately can't join us, so I would like to go further with Kat Austin and introduce her briefly. I'm waiting to see her. All right, here you are. Hi, Kat. So, Kat Austin is a person based in Berlin right now. She molds disciplines in media, creating sculptural and new media installations, performances, and participatory work that orient around sound. In her practice, based on research and theory on environmental issues, she explores how to move towards a more socially and environmentally just future. All right, so go on, Kat, with your presentation.
Great, thank you very much, Anna. And what a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me, Node. And really great to hear what's been going on with the EPA. Awesome. Right, so I'm going to share my presentation in just a second. Okay. Are you seeing that all right? Yeah. Great. Lovely. Super, yes. So hello, everybody. I'm Kat. And I'm going to be talking today about the approaches I've been developing to bring together diverse techniques and knowledges to create artworks and interventions that affect how we perceive what we commonly think of as ourselves in what we commonly think of as the environment, with the caveat that those are shorthand terms for something that I consider to be much more complex. So for a long time, I've been particularly perplexed at my and our overall inaction, insufficient action at least, towards environmental issues, and in particular the climate crisis. We have plenty of data, reportage, and an overwhelming scientific consensus, not only of the phenomenon, but also our part in it. Yet we're not only reluctant to act, but we seem to be generally on the whole incapable of it, at an individual level all the way up to the highest echelons of global governance. So my question, my primary motivation is, what more do we need to know before we act, and how do we need to know it? And the work that I'm going to tell you about now is motivated primarily by this question that ranges through topics that at first glance may not be exactly labeled as the climate crisis. But for me, the answer's got to relate to our worldview, our perception of how we know and what we know, and the consequence for our own feelings of agency. In my artistic practice, I synthesize learning and knowledge-making principles from multiple disciplines, including chemistry, critical philosophy, and aesthetics, to interrogate various aspects of creating new knowledge and giving authority and agency to it. I'll be discussing a few of the projects here, all of them examples of my attempts to move towards a more sophisticated relationship to climate change by working with empathic responses, exploring DIY science, performance and artistic research as tools for engendering agency and empathy across modern human boundaries. I use artistic research methods that center around sound and embodied knowledge to investigate environments, ecosystems, and topics. In terms of sounds, along with field recordings from both terrestrial and aquatic environment, I also develop instruments, as you can see here, by hacking scientific equipment that's normally used to measure different environmental conditions. I also developed DIY science methods to explore the environment, and I use all of these methods in participatory workshops where we research different environments. Here you can see images from workshops where we're researching microplastics in water, microplastics in fish, and a workshop where we're listening to the soundscape of a body of water using homemade hydrophones. From those researches, I develop artworks that explore relations that cross the border between the self and others. The Coral Empathy device, pictured here, is an installation piece that's an intense physical experience that combines smell with vibrations felt through hearing and touch. Alongside the obliteration of the visual, it evokes an emotional and empathic response in the wearer. The premise is to translate coral's experience of anthropogenic effects in its native environment of water into human perceivable signals in the native environment of humans, which is the air. I created the piece as a mode of conversation with a fascinating marine life form. I was struck by the physical properties of air versus water, one being a denser, wetter version of the other, and the fact that what is a joy and at the same time can be deadly to us, to marine life is their natural environment. And what could be more alien and yet more relatable in this alien yet familiar landscape than coral? The device acts as a link between human in air and coral in water. But more than that, this conversation with coral is a way of exploring our own boundaries and the interconnectedness of existence. Our perceptions of ourselves change when we explore this, the permeability of the self. Just as we fail to engage with climate change when it happens on a scale too big for us to see, so we lose sight of our own permeability when it happens on too small a scale to observe, through our pores and our membranes, and incrementally through our emotions and through our history. I applied similar methods and theoretical underpinnings to the matter of the soul, which aims to engender empathy not just with another species, but with an entire ecosystem. In this case, the Arctic, under anthropogenic influence. The Matter of the Soul is a multimedia installation that orients around a 1-hour symphony that emotionally engages with the story of dispersal in the Arctic, dispersal of water as it turns from ice into seawater, and dispersal of people as they move into and out of this rapidly changing and industrializing region. The Matter of the Soul Symphony is composed using recordings taken in the Arctic from my various instruments, snippets of interviews with people in the Arctic, and using traditional instruments as well. During performances of the symphony, I used the specially developed instruments to play water samples both from the Arctic and from local water, to highlight the global nature of the problem space and to literally bring home the emotional impact of the inherent loss woven into the changes wreaked by the climate crisis and industrialization in the Arctic. So those previous works focus on engendering empathy. Another way of making kin in my work is through site-specific performance. For example, in my performance of the Beatles' Harvest Supper for Dacia Radio, I explored harvest rituals that have historically connected us with seasonal cycles, the availability of food, and the idea of renewal. Human-centric harvest rituals have often involved the baking and invocation of mannequin-shaped corn spirits. For the Beatles' harvest supper, I baked beetle corn spirits and, using fire and alchemy, offered them to the last of the year's beetles in a midnight summoning ritual. Finally, 2 projects that I'm currently working on build on these realized projects. Stranger to the Trees is a new media project exploring the complementary coexistence of microplastics with trees in forests. Microplastics are a novel agent of anthropogenic origin, and the trees in forests act as carbon sinks, just as the microplastics can do. How do trees and microplastics coexist in forests, capturing carbon in the time of the climate crisis? Stranger to the Trees combines video, interactive sound, and sculpture to query the response of forest ecosystems to the ubiquitous and irrevocable dispersal of microplastics around the Earth, and is based on a series of scientific experiments as well as field experiments and field experiences around birches between Berlin and Wrocław. Finally, This Land Is Not Mine focuses on the region of Lusatia in Germany, Poland and the Czech Republic, meeting at borders that didn't exist when Lusatia began. It's the home of the Sorbian minority, and it's a new media project that explores identity in a region that has coexisting cultures and which is undergoing fundamental socio-economic changes as brown coal mining in the region is phased out. The project's in the research phase at the moment and has a participatory element which has adapted to the coronavirus. I've set up a crowdsourcing platform to create a database of sounds that Lusatian residents identify with the region, which will be used in the creation of a sound work and will be published at the close of the project next year. As a response to coronavirus restrictions on meat-based participatory events, the microsite also shares listening and sound recording practices to disseminate field recording as a way of deepening one's relationship to and making kin with the surrounding ecosystems. And it just remains for me to say thank you very much to all of the organizations and people that have helped to make those previously mentioned projects become a reality. And thank you for listening.
All right, thank you so much. Great. So Sukitoa Onamo, you are the last one, but not the least one. So you are an experimental sound artist, researcher, and activist. At the core of your work lies the idea of thresholds and how a cluster of fragments can morph into sonic matter. And Sukitoa uses her sound practice to call attention to factory farming and animal agriculture. Animal rights are civil rights. Now I ask you for your presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I was thanking you for having me, and I'm happy to meet you all. I'm gonna try to share my screen first. Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Right, it's working. So the topic we're addressing today took a significant place in my work and in my life these recent years. As a sound artist, my approach involved a lot of field recording, and I started slowly incorporating animal sounds in my work to let them reflect back something about us and our relationship to animals. And it started like something very intuitive, probably influenced by the fact that I was involved with animal rights organizations and taking part into actions where I was exposed to a lot of distressing content related to the animal issue. And while the lines between my art and my activism started becoming more and more blurry, the intention behind it became more and more clear. And it was really about reflecting and mirroring something back to humanity and to provoke an encounter where self-examination becomes possible and a certain form of shadow work can be done on an individual and collective level. So the questions, I mean, this internal work should lead to the following questions, which are, what does it mean to be animals rather than humans? And what have we done to animals to be able to think of ourselves as different from them or superior to them? So there's an episode on recon.org dedicated to these recordings and the reasons behind my desire to amplify farmed animals' voices. So I invite you to check it, as I would rather refer to that interview than run out of time today to expose some thoughts I had recently. My first thought is, how can we as artists and explorers work towards an anti-speciesist aesthetic with the intention of creating forms, languages, and representation aiming to oppose the self-proclaimed supremacy and discrimination of the human species over other species? And one of the first things to look at is how animal bodies are treated like fragmented bodies. They are organisms that can be divided and transformed into pieces. So we have a whole system of transformation that disconnect the piece of meat on a plate from the body it was taken from. And we also have systems of fetishization that turn the head of a wild animal into a hunting trophy or lead to trading body parts like ivory, or on a more common level, wearing someone else's skin, which is what happens with fur or wool. So to deconstruct these fragmentation processes, we need to reconnect the parts, the fragments, to the body they were taken from, and we need to show the animal body as a whole and bring it back to a state of unification and wholeness. It is what happens when animal rights organizations gather to exhibit animal corpses in public spaces. Usually the dead bodies are collected from abattoirs and animal pounds. An anti-speciesist aesthetic can be considered in the light of this militant strategy and should place the body of the animal in a state of hyper visibility. So it becomes symbolically impossible to divide and to process into fragments. So I often wonder, why is this vision of activists holding animal bodies in the streets is so shocking for the people passing by, while we barely notice or react to the meat corner packed with flesh at the supermarkets. That's why it's so important to work with representations that give these bodies their integrity, so they can stand as an evidence of the invisibility forced on them by the industry. So this act, consisting of exposing the animal bodies, can also be looked at as a form of grief and as a mourning ritual. There's this performance I would like to mention. It was a collaboration I had with two other performers, Joe Summers and Dylan Kerr, which took place in a former butcher place in Berlin that we invested with the intention of transforming the basement into a ceremonial space and transcending the specific features of the space into sonic tools for the ritual. So for instance, the hooks that were initially used to hang the animal body parts were here transformed into a giant harp. And we tried to infuse a whole new narrative to this environment without erasing the history and the past. So I don't know if I will have 2 minutes left, but I can eventually show you an excerpt from this performance at the end. On this question of grief, I would like to mention the philosopher James Staniscu, who studied how mourning animals can be turned into a potentially transformative political act. And I refer here to his article, Species Trouble, Judith Butler, Mourning and the Precarious Lives of Animals. A very interesting read where he uses the work of Judith Butler in order to chart a queer and feminist animal studies, and how mourning animal as a political act can produce new communities, and rather than being an individuating and isolating emotion. Judith Butler's work has always insisted upon this reality that questions over who gets to mourn and who is mournable, and this question is highly political as it decides which are the bodies that matter. There is another chapter that can be explored in this anti-speciesist aesthetic that can affect our empathy, and it's about acknowledging the resistance that is taking place in intensive farms and slaughterhouses, a resistance that is led by the animals themselves, who stands against their oppressors and fights for their lives. And this can be a radical shift in the way we look at the animals exploited and abused, a shift in our gaze that can empower them and move them from the status of victims to the one of resisting bodies. So I will finish with this, sorry it's a bit graphic, but with this picture. For instance, these pictures were taken during a vigil organized by Toronto Pig Save. A vigil is a moment where activists stop the trucks carrying animals before they enter the slaughterhouse to bear witness, to give pigs some water and document the conditions in which they are raised and transported. And if we invite a group of people to describe these pictures, some of them will see a pig and just a pig, because the degree of normalization of this type of violence is high enough not to notice their scars. Another group of people will probably see a pig and will also notice the wounds. Another group of people, maybe more sensitive and aware of animal suffering, will see more than a pig. They will see a victim of the meat industry. And that's what I used to think myself until recently, where after some research and conversation, I realized the importance of empowering the animal liberation through our gaze and help them transition from passivity to action and from victims to revolutionary individuals. So my gaze started to shift to finally perceive the pig not only as a suffering animal, but as a living being that had to fight back hard enough and frequently enough to get punished and pay the price for it. And there's this whole process needed to go from this is only a pig to this is an individual that resisted, and maybe I can or we can help supporting and empowering this resistance. So when we decipher this image through this particular lens, we can't unsee their desire to live. And for the people who are already engaged in a work of liberation, they slowly move themselves from the position of the savior to the one of the accomplice. And I think that affects and changes the dynamic and the quality of the relationship. So, well, I can keep going, but maybe I'm done with the 10 minutes, so I don't know if we should move to the conversation, and maybe I will talk about other topics later.
Do you want to show us the video?
If we have time,
sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Thank you.
「ああ」
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. It gave us a good impression of your practice. I'm waiting to see the others on the big screen. Hello. All right. I can see you all. Perfect. I have a first question from the audience to Kat. Do you feel that interspecies communication leads to higher amounts of empathy?
Is that higher amounts of empathy by the human or the other species? That's a difficult question to answer. I would say that I hope that any kind of emotionally engaging exchange will increase one's empathy. Yeah, but that's purely from a human's perspective, and I think it also very much depends on the individual as to whether empathy is engendered by particular types of exchanges. I mean, and I suppose that's why I think it's really excellent that there's so many of us working in very different ways to try to create these connections with different entities, because what works for one individual may be a channel that doesn't speak to another individual and vice versa. But I think contact is the way. Contact and awareness is definitely a good start.
All right. The question about language and about communication, I guess, is really important. And I thought to speak with you about political practice, but your practice is definitely, all of you, very, very radical and political. I would like to know, EPA, how many followers do you have? So how is it in New York, and what is your community, and what is the development since, I guess, since 2016, as far as I know, since 4 years, you are the community EPA. So what is the development of the whole, and what are your goals?
Want me to respond, Ali?
Go for it, Chris, and then I'll jump in.
Great. Thanks for the question. We've been working together for 4 years, but beyond that in other capacities. And along the way, we've developed a pretty robust network of folks here in New York, but also around the country and the world, interested in these kind of plants-embodied human practices. And, we organize workshops, gatherings. We've had a large summit, several exhibitions, and along the way, we do meet really amazing collaborators that we do eventually ask to be a part of the process, not necessarily as an agent themselves, but to join us in that work. And so, moving forward, we're trying to reflect, broadly on the upcoming election in November, and really sort of thinking about what would be that next kind of 4 years. How do we get more political, more involved in sort of disseminating a multi-species care politic here in the US, especially as many of the policies that we rely on are under attack.
Mm-hmm. And is your community growing?
I would say so, yes. There's so many people here concerned. The US is in a very tough position environmentally. And luckily, there are a lot of local policies nearby us, at least, that are quite resilient and thinking about some of these things in terms of equity, but it's not enough. And so I think folks are looking for ways to get involved, embodied actions to actually participate within. And we're trying to create a container, a platform to do that. But we want to include more voices. So we don't feel right now that we have diversity of voices. So we're trying as much as we can to expand that network.
And when I curated the exhibition in the Kunsthaus, it was really sometimes hard to explain, biodiversity and the connection between species. How do you do that? Because you are very active, and I really enjoy and really like your what you are doing, because the examples you show. So it's a lot of people participating in it, I guess, and it looks great, and I would definitely do so. So you will have a new member tomorrow. But yeah, so. Is it hard to reach out to people?
Do you want to take that, Ali?
Sure, I'll jump in. I think, one of our early impetuses for starting this, and I'm just getting a thunderstorm outside, so I'm wondering this had to do with our frustration with these mass movements and feeling like we were getting out in the street, but we weren't connecting, we weren't making contact, kind of like what Kat was saying. And so I think we're purposefully small in a way. Now my connection's unstable as thunder booms outside. But that we are looking for accessible modes that will affect or be really effective for some people. So we're offering a simple way to start making contact. So we hope that anyone can step outside of their door and look for a weed growing out of a sidewalk crack. And that may be very meaningful for some people and it may not for others, but we hope that for anyone, it at least gets some gears turning in your head to think, who else am I living alongside in the city? And that can be kind of one of those initial steps towards whether it becomes empathy if you do something with that empathy, or a kind of awareness of radical difference of how plant bodies live in the world and what's required for them to thrive. So I think we do have trouble reaching people sometimes, but we're always looking for that accessible first step that can draw people in to go deeper and deeper and deeper. And that's kind of why the protocols on the multi-species care site kind of hopefully can shepherd you in that direction if you invest.
Is the placement important for you? Because New York, you're based in New York, and it's a huge city. And Christopher already said that it's not necessary to be New York, but what do you think about, the context of a city or a landscape maybe, or whatever, whatever nature? Let me speak later about the concept of nature, but is the city, the place, important for you?
Well, maybe I speak here. Hi.
Hi.
So, and Maggic. So I think we need to know where the source started. It started, as we said, in New York City, right, in that former auto repair place. And really this idea, we all live in the city. So what means actually, what is around us really? And there where it started. And this plan that's here, Maggic, that's really where it started, our collective, because Maggic asked, should we get together? So I do think it's important it starts in an urban city. But as more we work, we're realizing urban and rural is not that much different. So over time, we sometimes talk, wow, there is not that much different what's going on. It's just how it's connected, it's different. Like if you say, I'm looking originally from Switzerland, if I go back to my little village and visit, and I'm since over 20 years in New York City, I am surprised and even shocked how things changed and how not diverse it is anymore. So I think one thing I would throw in, who has agency in this creative practice? And I just throw this in because I love everybody's presentation. Actually, they're very exciting.
All right.
But I also was thinking, what means spectacle? And what means in the small is the big? And who has agency to creating these modalities? Is it us or is it really the species?
Kat, you want to answer?
To who has agency in creating the modalities? Yes, it's an interesting question because two conflicting answers came up within me at the same moment, because my one reaction was, well, they're my artworks. And the other reaction was, well, yes, actually, I mean, you know, when I create an artwork, it's like it already knows what it should be. And I, through getting to know the topic or the area, am told what should come out of it. So actually, I suppose I'm an agent of the artwork indeed, in the end, even though I might think that it's my idea to start looking in that direction in the first place. And of course, I mean, you know, if you look at something like the Coral Empathy device, the entire thing was directed by trying to understand how coral perceives and what the effect of anthropogenic impacts on the underwater environment is on coral and how they respond to it. So indeed, like the entire kind of shape of the project is very much directed by the experience of the other, which is the case in all the other projects too. It's just much more obvious in that one. Yeah, so very good point, Andrea. Yeah.
Well, that was Markwart's question. You know,
Yeah, very good point, Markwart.
No, but
sorry.
It was a good point because it's always the question of the perspective, right? And the connection between species. So I like your project, Kat. How was it called? No One's Land, right? And
this land is not mine.
The land is not mine, excuse me. Right, exactly. And I thought when I, you know, saw your website and did a little bit research, it was also not only about, of course, about humans, but also about different cultures. And I thought it's definitely also about cultural diversity in this project. And about identity of a place and self-identity, I would say. Was this issue also important for you in this project? Because it's like when I'm thinking of multi-species, with whom are we speaking right now, and what is, you know, so who is on focus?
For This Land Is Not Mine, you're quite right in noting that it's a diversity of human actors as well as the ecosystem, which is currently undergoing a great deal of transition. The animal fauna and the plant life in the region and the water are all the focus of the project. In terms of the human actors, it's a super interesting region because you have layers and layers of identity that have built up since the Slavic minority of the Sorbs came and colonized the land in the sort of few hundreds AD, all the way through to all of the political changes that happened in Germany through the last century, including these massive brown coal mines, lignite mines, which have kind of changed the landscape both on an ecosystem level, but have also destroyed entire villages and the communities who grew and existed together within those villages. So, I mean, it's a super complex region, which is the reason that I wanted to study it in the first place. And yeah, and it's changing all the time. And I think one of the things that really kind of speaks to me is the fact that all of this is reflected in what's happening in the water. So all of this complexity also expresses itself in the kind of properties of the water, in the sounds in the water, in the chemical properties of the water. So the pH is changing because of recovering from the mining. And so you see in this very kind of fine, precise aspect of something, all of the kind of complex history of the region. And that will be the case in all of the fine, precise things that one can observe in the landscape. So the recovery of a particular insect species, or the health of a particular cultural event, are all affected by this kind of background that's woven in. And what I'm particularly wanting to do with that project, though, is to go from that standpoint of understanding the background to understand actually what the hope of living more sustainably in the region is for the future. So how does that identity that is composed of all of this complexity and often a kind of conflict, how can that background be drawn out through conversation, through participation, and through making meaning in the land to come to a new place where things, where all of these different agents are coexisting more happily, more comfortably.
And what I know is that you asked people to it was about the sound, right? So everyone can make a recording and put it online, right? Who lives there?
Yeah.
So what I would like to know, because you're like what I said before, there is a lot of action in your works. Which part why is it so important? I like what I like in all your works, that there is a lot of research and you are all scientists. And on the other hand, you're creating artworks, performances, sound pieces, etc. And I have the feeling what I really like is the action behind it. And APA, I see there is a huge concentration on that part to grow with the community and also in your works, Kat. But maybe APA again, Ali.
Do you want me to answer that?
Right.
Could you explain the action as in the kind of performative being out in the landscape, that aspect of the work?
I think to grow as a community, to have I understood that you would like to have a lot of participants, to make your approach visible to a lot of people. And this part is really, because when I think of making kin and multi-species, it's a really complex topic, I guess. When I did the exhibition, and as I said before, I did the guided tour, it was really hard to explain what I'm talking about. Maybe you know what I mean. And especially, it's a mindset, and to bring the mindset to people. And when I'm thinking of what can we do and how can we learn more or give the knowledge we already have about multi-species to others, then I think of action, one point, and language. And right, so that's why I was thinking, how is it connected to your work? But it's a question for all of you.
Yeah, one thing I can add coming from the context in the United States is that we're very aware that we're working in, as you pointed out, largely coming from an urban perspective and Western and white European heritage, and that a lot of these concepts and ideas are actually built into indigenous cosmologies around the world. And so I think part of it is having the humility to step back and both seek mentorship and guidance from the plants, but also realize that a lot of this knowledge is already out there and even in unbroken chains, and that the landscape has changed. It's disturbed. We're working in these disturbed ecosystems. But that, I mean, this doesn't answer your question about how to grow, but I would love to live in a world where our municipalities and our policymakers listen much more closely to the indigenous voices who are still vibrant and alive and active today, oftentimes even on their original homelands, but often from a distance where they've been moved, but still have a knowledge and awareness about this landscape. So, I mean, I think part of our motivation is trying to decenter the human, but also decenter the binary white European separation of nature and civilization, separation of science and art, and that the plants are a way in for us. And hopefully, even though I agree it's a very hard question and a very hard thing to bring people to, for me, being able to always go to a sidewalk crack and say, here, the plant is living with us and we're co-shaping each other, and we can't live without this plant and they can't live without us in a long-term way, is just the simplest nugget that I come back to again and again. And I think the whole team that I work with, when we get confused and ask ourselves, what are we doing? We return to that. So I don't know that satisfactorily answers that question, but definitely it feels like an important aspect of the terrain for us.
Right, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Exactly, it brings it to the point, because it's of course about the practice, right? Because it's not easy to talk about this topic in Germany, in Europe. It's very, it's not so real right now. And I'm asking myself, what can we do, to make it happen? Not to push the human in the middle of the center. It's exactly the point. And the question about the Anthropocene, right? Is it, and the development of the climate change, etc. So Gitoa, what would you say? What can we do?
I think we should incarnate this non-anthropocentric vision, on the deepest level possible. First our personal actions and how they resonate with our environments, but also on a political and cultural dimension. And I think there's something that we can take from, we can consider art in the light of lobbying, and maybe try to mimic some of the strategy of power and influence they use, because they're basically the obstacle to get more power on a political level. They always stand between us, between environmental and animal rights and ethical organization and the political sphere. So there's something there about lobbying. That's why I'm very interested in your organization, because it has this type of dimension behind it. And just for instance, the education, I think, is something really essential. And right. In France, for instance, the meat and dairy lobbies invest schools in a very vicious and hidden way, and they send people to spread this type of propaganda. But on the other hand, they made sure politically that environmental and anti-speciesist organizations are banned from the same places. So we should also see, as artists, how can we infiltrate these territories where other activists are kind of banned, and they are not really welcome there. So I think art can be a way to do that, especially because science also and humanities are stuck at some doors as well, where arts can also create a change.
Exactly, that's a very good point. I totally agree. It's and I have to say we had a lot of visitors, and even you know in Corona times we had a lot of visitors who came to see the exhibition, and so we were really happy that we had it on show. And I was really surprised because I didn't know how to explain, to the people what's about, right? Of course, the artworks are strong to tell and to speak, right? But to tell a story behind, and to speak. But still, when you have people who are not so common with all these, with multi-species, etc. So so it's really important to show it and to speak and to make a program around it, definitely. Right. And I think language is also really important. When I thought again, Sukitao, about the animals, there was Eva Meyer was invited to a talk. I don't know, do you know her? She writes about animals and language, animal language.
Can you just say her name again?
Eva Meyer.
No,
from the Netherlands. Really interesting,
Okay.
and she's like, her research is about the languages of animals, and so her ideas are going in the same direction as yours, that animals have rights, and she is, So, and we invited her to speak about that, and I think it's also a very important thought in the whole communication, and because we are. Donna Harris uses the term critters, right? And critters stands for animals, plants, human, non-human, etc. And also machines. Maybe this is also a very interesting issue to speak about technology and the development of artificial intelligence, for example. But Eva Meyer was talking about the animal rights as well, but her analysis was about the language. And
I have there's something I wanted to say previously in my talk regarding language, and it has to do with. It's someone's called Leonardo Caffo. And he wrote an article called Animality as a New Space Paradigma. And the idea is that animal ethics always think of the animals as something other than us. And in order to shift towards animality as a more complex matter, reason and rationality is not the right tool. So Leonardo in this article says that it's always the humanities and philosophy always use a human practice to draw lines and borders between humanity and other life forms, and that instead of that we should get inspired by Zen philosophy. So it's quite interesting because he talks about principles that are Bodhidharma's 4 principles, and suggests that animality can only be truly understood through seemingly empty principles, and the 4 principles are the following. First, a special transmission outside the scriptures. So writing is the human practice par excellence with which we mark our territory and create social reality. So it has to be a transmission outside the scriptures, not founded upon words and letters, because language, according to Descartes, has been the pretext to break away from the animal. The third point, I don't really get it, but it's pointing directly to one's mind, so it has to be precise. And the last one, it lets one see into nature and attain Buddhahood, and in our case, it's animality. So I think this article explores more like non-anthropocentric architectures, and it ends on this reflection on how to create a sort of aesthetic and language to create both like anti-speciesist art, but also maybe an interspecies form of art where there's like a respectful collaboration with plants and animals. So that's just like a possible way to do that. And
I think we would need to have a third room or space, right, in between all the to have the possibility to clear our minds in connection to concepts of nature and culture, etc. So I very much liked Christopher Lee's statement in your like short bio that your practice is also about the non-conventional notions of nature, right? And because every one of us has a clear definition of nature, and as well as about cultures, about religions. And Bruno Latour speaks that we should definitely not make the categories right, and to clear our minds in terms of like to be free to speak about multi-species and the specific otherness, for example, because when I talked to Melanie Bonayo, one of the artists from the exhibition, so she thinks that it's as well about emptiness of our generation, and which brings me to your work, Kat, as well, because she was speaking about spirituality, that this is not happening anymore, and so it was one part of her videos. I don't want to speak a lot about the video work, but what I liked in the one performance, the spirituality, right? And it's also another part of a language, or another part of communication, I would say.
Do you mind speaking about something about language, because it triggered some thoughts, and that I like to share. Like when we talk about the word language, and even saying the word language, what is the first thing that crosses our mind? Is it words that crosses our mind? Is it sound that crosses our mind? Is it smell that crosses our mind? Or is it actually movement that crosses our mind? I'm thinking about sometimes like language and what means the multisensorial connection of language to finding what I think the multi-species, it requires multisensorial languages to find it. And I wanted to really, when Ellie actually mentioned it, to think there is, in the indigenous, there is a lot of like, what we're talking here about exists, right? But we in a white supremacist place, the white spaces, we ignored it, we violated it. And so now for us, how do we come back to it? Who do we want to listen to it? So I do think, like, even if I go to Switzerland, if I go to Berlin like last year, I don't think actually anywhere, especially in the Western world, we have to really, I like to say, coming down to the earth. And I go with what language we will use to come down back to the earth, right? And I think our protocols, when you talked about actions, our protocols, each protocol we do triggers other languages. And they are very careful design that you actually in the end like, oh, did they use now my ear or my smell or did I listen now first to plant or to myself? Like, so that's why I'm going back to say what modalities we're creating. And it takes time because ourselves as an artist, we have to decolonize ourselves as well, right?
Exactly right, yeah.
To get to these languages, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I made myself clear, but
definitely. Thank you very much for the comment. Exactly, it's about decolonization ourselves. Definitely, it's a very, very important statement. Thank you. Sukitoa, you wanted to say something? No.
No.
But Kat,
yeah, to build on what Andrea was saying, actually, like language. I was also thinking about language when we started talking about it, and there's, I mean, the traditional concepts of codified human language in script or spoken form, kind of, it collapses a lot of possibilities. And also, I mean, it's been written about that it can create also like existential crises constantly, because we are always worried that we are not quite understood fundamentally, because language collapses so many possibilities that we can't get across actually exactly what we mean. I find it really interesting, almost as a challenge indeed, to talk about my own work using words, to write about my work using words, because it's the experience of the works that convey their true meaning. And I can try and encapsulate that with words, but actually only by experiencing them can you really get the message, rather than understanding the message. Understanding what the work is about isn't the same as feeling the effects of it. And for me, that's the difference between engaging with codified knowledge and engaging with embodied knowledge. And I think really the strength of participatory practices and experience, and the strength of artworks, the strength of performances, is that they convey using, as Andrea said, these like multisensory means which are not codified in the same way. These kind of deeper and more complex positions that are necessary to foster if we want to change our relationality to the world. Yeah, and it's, I suppose, I mean, one other thing to say that, I mean, particularly when you're looking at these wicked problems like climate change or pervasive pollution, you know, they seem very overwhelming. And one of the things that kind of helps to deal with that is by addressing them with these complex kind of modes of understanding, which, again, you know, you're not following these kind of cognitive pathways to find a solution, but you're understanding in multimodalities something that expresses itself in the same modalities.
Right, thank you. Thanks, Kate, for the comment. I would also like to speak with you about technology and about artificial intelligence, because when we speak about nature, it's, for some people, it's to think about the going back, about the origin, and I just mentioned the concepts we have in our minds because we learned it in school. But what do you think, how will our future look like in the context of artificial intelligence and climate change, in combination of both?
Shall I, was that directed to me?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Yes, I mean, the intertwining of digital media and the curation of knowledge to humans and the climate crisis is very clear and has become very clear over the last couple of years, and, you know, counterproductive generally. When we start to think of relating to artificial intelligence, I mean, we kind of already are, and we already are, I mean, as Dyson wrote recently, we already are actuators for a lot of algorithms. And at the moment, I would say that the general trend of our actuation is towards things that don't help in many ways to address the climate crisis, because they tend to be, we have to look at the kind of baseline motivations of a lot of the companies and people who are creating those algorithms, and their main motivator is not to address the climate crisis. That needs to change. I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything on that.
Right. Yeah, it was, yeah, I agree with you, that need to change. Now, because when we are speaking about multi-species and critters for Donna Haraway is also, you know, technology a lot. And I'm asking myself how we can deal with all of that, you know, with the plants, with the human, and non-human is not really specified, right? But it's not a going back to nature. It's not the concept behind that. It's like, how can we, what are, you know, ways of dealing with it in future, and how can the future look like? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose, I mean, yeah, we need to remember that we're not the only agentic actors in this discussion, right? But what we do have control over a fair amount of things, and the direction of artificial intelligence is something that at the moment we can intervene in. But what it's all going to look like when it's intertwined, I mean, at some point, we're going to make, or no, indeed, we have already made systems that are so complex that we don't understand what's going to pop out at the end. We understand part of what we put in, but not the sum of the parts. So I suppose what it's going to look like is that there are going to be some even more powerful agents than we had anticipated intervening in this great messy system that we're coexisting within. And when you asked the question about action a while ago, yeah, I mean, we in the end can only act in the way that we have affordance to act. At the moment, I think that we do have still abilities to kind of change the direction of what might come out of developments in artificial intelligence and machine learning. And I think now is the time to really question what the underlying principles should be that are woven into this technology, because technology isn't neutral, it never has been. And we are feeling the effects of that now. At one point, it's going to all be taken out of our hands if we don't do something soon.
Right. Right, exactly.
I think it's also important to really sort of beg the question, what do we mean by technology? What do we mean by intelligence, right? If we're looking for the best research and development on the planet, ecosystems have already done it, right? We actually have all the answers. And I think that's what's frustrating to me sometimes about these kind of, circular conversations about robots taking over the world, is that plants actually have figured out how to survive us. And it's like, that's the answer, y'all. It's right in front of us. And it's just a question of translation, right? And so I think that there are new effective communication strategies that we can implement to bring us in more relationship with the non-human. But in a lot of ways, I think we need to do less. We need to do nothing in some respects, right? We're seeing the collapse of infrastructure around the globe. We don't know how to make our own power. We don't know how to filter water and clean it. And we don't know how to grow food. And we're not teaching children to that. And that, to me, is the central crisis that we're facing.
Exactly, thanks.
I think just to add something to what you just said, redefining also nature, I think it's really important because there's like, when it comes to animals, there's something very like, talking about nature sounds a bit like a fantasy because I see like with artificial meat, it's a market that is becoming like really important and there's a lot of investment and money invested in it. And I see people being grossed out by, being disgusted by lab-grown meats, but saying that it's kind of natural to eat farmed animals, which are genetically modified organisms, who they are fed hormones and medication. There's a study about saying that 80% of the antibiotics in the US are fed to animals and not people. So there's this whole like thing, this whole debate between nature and culture in the consumption of animal problem. And I just think that this whole cycle of life that we talk about should be like discussed and nature be like redefined in proper terms. Yeah.
Right, exactly. We have unfortunately only 3 minutes left. I totally agree with your comments about, you know, technology and the future developments. But still, sometimes I'm asking myself if we can stop, you know. Right, so it's, but so crucial what you said, Chris, definitely. Right, I think I would like to invite you because there is the speaker corner and it would be great if you participate. I will be there and maybe we can continue our conversation. Thank you a lot and it was a pleasure talking to you. I would like to speak more and we are in contact, so definitely we stay in touch. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Are we there? Oh, hi.
We're here.
Hi, welcome to the second last day of NODE 2020 and our little wrap-up. It's me and Jeremy Bailey, who's me.
Yeah, I thought I was thinking about interspecies, and we always think inter-animal, or what about? I mean, you and I were almost like different species because we don't know each other that well. I was thinking, we don't know each other that well. What would it feel like to be you? I thought, but but then I realized you're an angel, so
Did you realize just when you made the filter? Okay, this is going to be so hard for me.
But it does not. It's better if I don't say anything. Like, wait, that's more like you. Yes, tell me more. Tell me more about this.
Okay, Jeremy's gonna do the show as me. Tomorrow I will make a really ugly face. No, not ugly. No, it's actually beautiful. And it's actually really nice with the nimbus.
What were you thinking when you brought this idea
so mean.
to the cheese room? Anyway, but I thought we could use this time. I mean, we're running out of time to get to know one another. Like, we've spent all this time together. I know almost nothing about you. Yeah. And so I looked up some questions for questions you ask people on a first date to get to know them.
Oh, wow.
And,
you did.
Yeah, I did. I did the work.
Yeah, Jeremy and me, we don't know each other, actually, really. We just met before Node. Could you believe that? No.
Yeah. I know you like jokes, knock-knock jokes. I prepared one for you. Okay, knock-knock.
Who is it?
Leon.
Who?
You're supposed to say Leon who?
Leon who?
Leon me, when you're not strong. Leon me, when you're not strong. Yenna's had a hard day, so I'm trying to cheer her up.
I really had. I actually had an allergic reaction. That's why I was away for a while. I'm better now. But I put
your lips are really red.
Yeah, I put lipstick on and high. Okay, I always have high heels, but it's like it's the best recipe, right? If you are down, lipstick, high heels, better.
But here are some of the questions that you're supposed to ask someone. So the first and most important question is, Yenna, what makes you unique?
Oh no. Yeah, but you can answer now because you are me. You can just make a whole monologue, and I just go into
exactly. Well, Yenna you have a great sense of humor. I have a great sense of humor, and I am very charming and generous toward others. And I really care that we do the right thing and that we're socially just, and that we learn about each other, and we just get better every day because that's what I embody. You know, that's me. I'm just a beautiful person. So then that's one thing. Now, the next question for you.
I love this game. Yes.
Is, okay, you're supposed to do a would you rather question. And I know you've wanted to do this the whole festival.
That's true. And we
haven't asked anyone. We haven't asked anyone.
We should ask the camera people. Our one would you rather question, no? You know, the one with the polar bear and the penguin?
Yeah. Would you rather be an Arctic polar bear or an Antarctic penguin?
That was our question.
that
wasn't. No, our question was, can you have to answer. Would you rather be a polar bear on a melting ice cap or a penguin covered in oil? Wasn't that our question?
That was the question. I thought it was kind of offensive.
The penguin or the polar bear?
Why?
The other cameras are just staring at me. They don't answer.
No, I'd rather be that penguin in oil. Just think of all the exciting things a penguin covered in oil could get into, like with the other penguins.
Penguin? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a penguin orgy follows. I didn't tell you what kind of oil. It was actually massage oil I was talking about.
Okay, do you have another? Because otherwise, we could as well talk about the great panel right now, which we haven't said yet.
No, we did. We talked about. That's what we started with. That's why I look like you, or an angel. You know, all that whole thing.
Yeah, but we didn't thank the people who was just on the panel. You mean?
Oh yes. That's something you would do that I have to get better at.
You have to get better at being me. But I really think I really enjoyed watching the panel right now. I don't know. Do you have any? Do you want to ask me more questions, or should we talk about this for a little, or what do you?
Well,
as you are me, it doesn't matter. I'm deciding, so you decide.
I think the biggest thing on the panel that I would talk with you about normally, you know, if I was you, would be decolonization. That this is a big concept for a lot of people, and it's hard to imagine, right? Because it means being not trying to solve everything. It actually might mean doing less sometimes. What do you know about decolonization?
I mean, you just pointed out with doing less, and yeah, maybe stepping back. I think that somebody just pointed out on the panel, because I feel it was
making space for others.
Yeah, I think it's really important that, like that got mentioned, you know, with this whole new materialist, non-human, or more than other than human agency, this discourse, which I really find super important. But then sometimes it's like, yeah, there is already, no, it just got pointed out, there is already so much knowledge out there, you know, like especially for indigenous communities. And talking about technology, I feel, what did they say? They were like, we need a multi-sensory language to understand non-human agents.
Yeah.
But, and then I was thinking, okay, like multi-sensory, what means a sensor? Sensor, always I like connect with electric sensors, but then, I mean, sensorial doesn't have to be, you know, like electrical sensors. And then I feel it's, you know, like there are people out there who don't need a sensor to read a plant, for example, but I would, because I don't have this knowledge anymore. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like maybe sometimes technology is as well, like cutting something, like cutting away short, but doesn't really do the job. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think there's this false illusion, you know, that, you know, post-enlightenment, now we're going to get super academic now, that like, but that the scientific method is the answer to everything, right? If we just run the right experiment, even though for thousands of years there's been, you know, evolving knowledge, as you said, that essentially, you know, we take for granted, you know, because that's the history of colonization, which was like, we're here, this is ours, whatever was here before doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But, that was you that did that as a European. I guess I'm a descendant of Europeans. My father was British, and my mother is Ukrainian. So now you know that about me. But
that's actually, yeah, we're really getting to know each other better and our colonial history.
But you know what? We're running out of time, and there's going to be like a live session.
But like, how much time do we have left? Because I actually had one more point to discuss with you.
Well, I don't know. I think the next session starts at 10:45, so it's 10:46.
It's already 10:46, but then we just had 10 minutes. Andy, how much time do we have left? Can I still ask Jeremy? He is checking. While he's checking, I can already prepare you. We have 5 minutes. So because actually, I was thinking about one thing in relation to a creative coding community as well. And I think I told you I had a workshop with Kate Austin, who was just on a panel, who is a really great artist. And in this workshop, we separated plastic, or like we collected plastic from Berlin rivers, and then we separated it in like a liquid column, you know, where you have like different kinds of liquids with different kinds of density, and they look super beautiful. And then you put your plastic in there, and like depending on what kind of plastic it is, it rises or falls to like a certain like liquid level. And I was just like, I think I was so intrigued by that technique because it looked so nice. And then I was like thinking about as well, like in a way, you know, plastic is some kind of, I don't know if catastrophe, but yeah, you could maybe say this as well. And this is like this aesthetics of catastrophe. I somehow had this in my head while I was watching that panel as well, feeling like working as an artist, but sometimes as well with the subjects, you know. And then you always like aestheticize. There is an attempt to aestheticize things, and I was wondering, do you think that's a bad thing? Because you make
no. I like to think about what an aesthetic is, though, right? Like, also, why are we blaming the plastic? I mean, you know, one of the funny things about plastic is, you know, the 3 R's, right? Reuse, recycle, and what's the other one? Reuse, recycle, and see, we can't even remember the other one. But the whole thing was actually generated by the plastics industry, you know. And the idea was like, if we recycling programs in America. Now I'm going to get these facts all wrong. Like, I'm not a panelist, but what I've heard is the idea of recycle was to generate more consumer demand, right? So the aesthetic is actually a capitalist aesthetic of consumer demand. So, you know, if we could recycle this thing, that means I don't have to stop buying things, which is great, you know, for the economy. Now I'm doing my thing, I'm doing my part. And then of course we have these great now plastic oceans, which you're right. In some ways, if it wasn't damaging to the planet.
You mean the islands, the plastic islands.
like, because when I was a kid, I used to love going to these ballrooms, you know, where they have a big pit and it's full of plastic balls. I would love to go to a plastic island.
I still love to go there.
Yeah, just jump in the plastic island and enjoy it. But of course, it's not that way. One of the questions I have for you though is like, oh, we have to go. I keep thinking throughout this whole thing is this is all really anthrocentric. Like it's really like, oh, but the planet will end, but it actually won't end. We just won't be on it.
It's like our story, like there's one story that might end, like one, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that there'll be other stories after us. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not, that's not like that sounds really terrible. Like, let's accelerate climate change or something like that. But I think about it quite often because the time we've been on the planet is so small. And then even the time of accelerated global warming is even smaller. And then, you know, maybe we should just, you know, stop. I think on a panel yesterday, someone talked about, you know, the decision not to have children as a decision that you might make, which is a hard decision. And I don't take that lightly, but Kristen, my partner, and I, we decided not to do that for that reason. And also because she has a genetic problem. But you know what her genetic problem is? Now you're really going to get to know me, and she's going to be upset that I'm sharing knowledge. But she was exposed to nuclear, her grandfather was exposed to nuclear radiation while testing the atomic bomb. That mutated his genome, which got passed on to her mother, who's blind, and then she was born blind as well. But it was all, you know, through human experimentation, that whole so-called science we believe in that ended her genetic tree. Anyway, we're really foolish, aren't we, as humans?
Actually, I think you addressed like that's. I think that's. It's great that you shared it because I feel that's such a super important fact. And as well, what you've been saying before. I mean, there's one story that might end, and it might be a human story, and there will be something after. And yeah, I don't know. I think like especially as well the subject of having kids or making kin, or what does it actually mean to make kin that are not like biological kins? Like, what does it mean to take responsibility? You know, like as well for non-human agents or other than human agents. I think this is such a big thing. Maybe we should join as well the Speaker's Corner.
Yeah. The only thing I'd ask is that when I'm dying on my deathbed, because this is always the projection, right? It's like, when I'm old, I don't want to die alone. So we should make a deal right here and now.
Me too?
Yeah, if you're dying and sick, please, like, just WhatsApp me.
Okay, cool.
and I will run to your bedside. Yeah, and the other way around too.
Okay, dear. Great dear.
Okay, cool. That's it. Problem solved. Okay, maybe you can solve problems. I don't know.
Well,
so last question. I have one last question.
Okay.
Okay, this is the last question from the dating site. What are you most grateful for today?
For you.
And I'm grateful for you. Thank you.
We end this now. Yeah. We see us tomorrow once more. It's not the end of Node. Don't panic.
No, but just one more day.
But one more great day. One more full day. Full day. Talking of full day, do you know what's going to happen now and tomorrow? Maybe even not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Well, up next, we have live coding sessions. If you've never seen live coding, it's pretty cool. There's going to be two parts, a shader showdown by Mangosh Prunier, whose nickname is Evil, with 4 Vs, of course, for V4. And then part 2, we're going to have a performance by Derek Kwan and Kai Rudaraj. And I think their stage name might be, I had this problem yesterday, but Cater or Sater. But that'll be streaming from Fresno, California, and Vancouver, British Columbia, where I'm from. So that's part 2. And in part 1, I forgot to mention, you're going to see procedural 3D graphics, all designed from scratch, which is kind of cool. You get to see the artist make the work from nothing. So tune in. That's up next.
That's great. So my voice is gone. So we say bye now. We see you tomorrow at 4:30, I think. All time, all place here.
Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Tschüss.
Yes. Can you hear me? Guys, let me know if you can hear me so I can start.
Yes, we can hear you and you're live on stream. Nothing stops you. Let's go.
Okay, I can't hear myself on the stream. Are you sure that you can hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Positive.
Okay, cool. All right, hi guys, I'm Evil.
Let me know if you can hear me so I can start.
Oh, all right, great. Okay, good. Hi guys, hi everyone. I'm Evil from the demo scene. And I'm gonna do a live shader. I'm gonna code a shader live for you tonight. I'm from the demo scene. We do basically 3D graphics competitions. I take part in 4K intro competition and the infamous Shader Showdown, which is a live shader coding competition. And generally it is the Shader Showdown is a competition where two coders get on stage and battle making a shader from scratch in 25 minutes. No Google, no cheat sheet, no copy and paste. And I shall be doing a demo of this. So yeah, I think I'm ready to start. If you can play the music, please, guys. All right, let's go. So now I'm typing array marcher because I'm going to do some 3D. So you have to type array marching function, which is what I'm doing now. That's our array marching function done. Now I need a map function that contains the geometry. This is where all the geometry is defined. This is all procedural shit first here. All the 3D is made with math function. No models, no pesky models. Now we need some building. do it that my camera done, I need the background color. Now let's fucking pixel. Let's trace the scene. Got the light direction. Now let's pixel. There you go, all good. Now we have the basic sphere. Now let's do some basic lighting with some normals. Calculate some normals on the fly. If I plan out normal bullshit, good a deal. Now diffuse lighting. Boom, let there be light. Let's do our orbit camera, broski. There we go, orbit camera, we are good to go. Keep going. So now we need a couple of functions, rotate function. I might as well do a box function, which I'll use later. That should do it. And now we can start modeling. Let's do some crazy cylinder projection. Good. Now let's project. Now we have a sort of cylinder. Good. Now let's just burn all this shit. Yeah, so we do this. It's adding more geometry. I'm going to cut it. We need some fucking materials. I'm going to finish my lighting. Ambient occlusion. Okay, now finish the lighting with Fresnel reflection, specular, then all the lighting together. Specular plus albedo times AO once times AO twice plus ambient lighting times diffuse plus soft surface scattering. And that should do it. Then we'll mix with the Fresnel like that. Yes, bird. Better. And now we'll do fog. And easy does it. Now we need some materials. Here we go. Five. Yeah, there we go. We got materials. Pretty sweet. Okay, now let's add tentacle things. Okay, we're on. Tiles spinning. Some bullshit here. Books. Another books. Basically, I'm going to cut all this tower thing with more boxes. And boom, there we go. So that's done. Now, the black box in the middle. The wee black box first. And let's add some glowing box side. There we go, we got some emissive shit, which means I need to fix the subsurface scattering bug. There we go. Good. Go fixed. Now let's animate this shit. That should be good, but we wanna ease it. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, and first rotation before some variation to this. So now, yeah, sweet. It switches from one shape to another. That's pretty sweet. Yeah. So now, what do I do afterwards? Oh, cranked up, yeah. So now let's fuck around with progression of the that shit. I should do it already. You multiply by 4. Boost up that shit. Use that shit basically. Then I want to start 3 scenes before. That should do it. Then now, where do I need? The box is put off, and people say. The nostra domanda. Yeah, then box. Where are you, birds? Yeah, black box, white glowy box. Yeah, sweet as fuck. And now let's go on camera and wall rotation. Let's tinker with that shit. Camera will do all together with 0.4, 5. Move this and gonna find it, and I can just switch through the camera, color, and all that shit. Okay, so let's do it. Here, let's do that, and then this goes to 15, this 5, right at the top, we're gonna do some serious history of the whole scene. There we go. What we got? Folding scene. We need to do the cut-off thing. Mix the cut-off, make it more interesting. And I'm nearly done, my briskins. Okay, a couple of things to do here. And then I'm done. Let me know if I'm overrunning, guys. But I'm just going to be finished in a couple of minutes. And then you just think about it for a sec. I believe I am done with it. How long did I take? About 30 minutes, I guess? Pretty good. It's a good one. This is very much I was at talk. I'm just going to finish by talking. This technique is making first. Yes, there was something. Sorry, guys. There was something that's not animated around. Yes. Sorry. Final touch. As well. We need to get this racing by doing this. And here we are done. Sorry about that, guys. I had a feel that it should collapse on itself, you know? It should like absorb itself. And that's a huge fear actually, like it kind of makes it much more interesting. Yeah, and the background, oh yeah, the background could be a bit colored so that we get a nice little contrast. Wait. Sorry, like that. Yeah, and now we got a nice little, contrast of color, and I am fucking Darkroski. Thank you very much for watching. This is just a technique. This is all made in a shader with a technique called ray marching distance field, which is basically making 3D graphics with math functions rather than 3D models. As you know, a lot of you guys know 3D. When you do 3D, usually you do 3D models with meshes and vertices and faces. So this is not that. We make 3D models by using the mathematical equation of like a sphere or a box, and then we tweak with it. We do fractals, we bend the space, we pull the space, we cut, and that's how it's done. And there's two techniques here where I project the position of the background onto a cylinder and then use an exponential bending so that it looks like these funnels, one whole things. And then the tower thing in the middle is actually made out of two boxes, one grey and one orange. And then I do a fractal on other boxes that cuts the boxes. So actually what we're seeing is actually just a box, and it is cut. I can show you the difference by simply removing these two lines of code that do the cut, and as you can see, we are back to boxes. So I'm just cutting with a fractal sort of thing. It's more interesting, and that is it really. This is a technique used in the demo scene a lot for 4K intros. Shader showdown, people tend to use this ray marching technique as well. You could also do 2D. And yeah, I'm part of demo scene groups, Rebels and Handsome Hooligans. And I used to roll with Desire as well, making 4K intros. And greets to all my bros from the demo scene and all my bros from the DVA Code-Up group. Some of them are probably watching. Enjoy Node, big up fucking VDVD group, big up yourself, big up the whole Node Orga, kiss to fucking Alex for helping me out. It was a blast, thank you very much for watching. Thanks for having me, bros. It's been super fun.
Cool.